In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning and welcome, everybody. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. Oh, we got a really good one today. I was looking down just the first hour worth of stories. It might take the whole show. It's gonna be good. You're gonna enjoy it. All the super chats, the PayPals, all that. We'll read all of them. You want to make sure you got a voice as this show continues to grow. We do appreciate it. Again, I'm still amazed that, the show isn't, wall-to-wall what's going on in my life coverage anymore. We get it we probably got it yesterday for a half hour and still stayed in the thousands at a time. I appreciate that. The fact that people came for the drama and the gossip and more than half of them stuck around. I did not see that coming. And I hope it continues, and I hope people continue to share the show, and they continue to talk about it, and they continue to enjoy it. I'm sorry about the timing of my little head cold that I seem to be getting here. No, it is not from disco. I am not back in the disco scene, I promise. I did go through my phone yesterday, though, and I didn't realize how many texts I screenshotted from the disco days and how many pictures that I got from the disco days. Holy shit. I just kind of went through the old phone gallery, like counting sheep. And I was like, how'd we do the last, 6 months? Like, what were we up to? And there were two things on there. A lot of pictures of my kids. And then a lot of wild disco shit. I didn't realize how active the camera was during that thing. Do you know, if they would have known how this whole thing ended, if they would have known how this whole thing would go down, 25% of the time they would have been shouting at me, "Put your phone away." I had no idea. No, I didn't capture anything illegal. Like, there's nothing illegal on my phone. It's just like text screenshots. Like, I found the big long conversation between Nick and I when I said I wasn't coming back, and I think he was like seriously inebriated because there's a lot of misspellings. And just the rant that he launched into, that made no sense. But I also found like pictures that people sent me during that time, and it was, oh boy. Then I found a bunch of pictures of when April was getting her cardinal tattoo. That was nice. That was back when April and I were still, we were in the honeymoon phase of disco, and her and I were, it was Irie, as the Jamaicans say. And, yeah, that was, woo. Found a treasure trove, you would say, yesterday. Kind of like I was just counting sheep. But it was all because Matt and I were talking about the disco days yesterday. So I kind of went back down memory lane, and it's like my kids ice skating, some school programs, and then, disco was basically how it went. And now I'm sitting here. It's not getting better either. I thought this was bonfire related. I thought maybe you breathe in the smoke and it depends on what people are burning and then you get all congested. Happens a lot in the summertime in Minnesota. You have bonfires, people like, hey, here's the wood from my old deck that I'm just going to throw on the fire. Hey, here's some green treated wood. We're just going to throw that on the fire, and then you breathe that shit in, and your sinuses get all plugged up. But no, I think this might be a legit head cold coming on because the stuff that knocks out the sinuses and stuff like that, it's not working. I think this might be legit. Someone, I was talking to someone on the phone yesterday. They brought up COVID, and I'm just like, no thanks. I got no hip pain. I've got no knee pain. I've nothing like that. I think I'm good. I think we're suffering an unfortunate head cold. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to blow my nose. Then we're going to get down to business. I got to talk about this Barnes guy. He's weird. Yesterday we talked about him basically accusing Legal Mindset of being a pedo, which, what the fuck, dude? And now I guess anybody who's criticizing my old friend, there's like, my buddy Donnie, he's my old friend Donnie. He's like my old friend from back in the day. Nick is my old friend, like used to be, like not currently friendly, old friend. We shared a bond deeper than brothers share. But he's been, as they call it, sweeping for Nick hard, like delusionally. And now he's comparing people who aren't sweeping for Nick to Nazis or people living in Germany who would have turned in Jews. Which, I mean, again, I'll quote Gino Bisconti. 3 people got found in a house full of cocaine, guns, and children, and you're going to get mad at them for being mad at those people. I don't get it. I just don't fucking get it. I can understand, let's say you have a friend, like I was watching Camelot before this. I find Camelot to actually be like a good, honest dude. I know he doesn't like me very much, but I don't think he like hates me. He doesn't like me. Doesn't think much of me. That's fine. I don't need people to think much of me. Everything I've said has been borne out in everything that's come out, and it will continue to. So I'm not worried about that. The truth is on my side. But I watch him because he's an earnest guy. He's like, it's not an act that, aw shucks, down south, nice car driving feller. Like he seems very genuine. And he was talking about it, and people are accusing him of being a sweeper or whatever. I legit think he's just like, he's open for the best outcome for his friend. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But some of these people, like this Barnes guy, they seem to think anyone who's mad at a guy for having a house that was full of cocaine, guns, and children and was messy as fuck and a disaster area, and then he acted like a dickhead on top of it, they act like it's wrong to be mad at that type of person. I always think about it this way. If you didn't know this person at all and you just saw this story on your local news, what would you think of him? And I think you should probably think that same way. Otherwise, you're being somewhat phony. Let me blow my nose real quick, and we'll get down to business here. I'm really sorry about this. Johnny's not here today. Emptying my face might be a little vulgar, but at the very least, I'll mute it for you. I apologize. Sorry about that. Welcome back. I have great news, and this is really disgusting to say, and I should probably keep this to myself. It's clear. It's clear. As long as it's clear, we don't have anything serious to worry about. Coltrane starting us off with $2 today. Says JJ got paid. Now we're going to go through the Kevin Brennan clip offering April a job. I don't think we need to make those jokes about my ex-wife. It's fine. We all know. And I'm still, those old episodes where where the cops argued she was strung out, I'm still getting a lot of comments on those, a lot of people watching them. I still can't, to give you an update, I still can't watch those. I lived them. I had the arguments afterwards. I had the discussions afterwards. I don't want to go relive that. Like I said yesterday, gratitude and resentment. You got to go towards gratitude. That's the future. Resentment is the past. Gratitude is the future. So thank you, Coltrane, for the $2. Snookerman, becoming a member for his 9th month, says Team Toe. Thank you very much, buddy. Today's number for Overtime is $3.35. The evening show got about $15 in for you. So thank them for that. And throw in a couple of bucks and let's knock this thing out today and go to overtime. Thank you for starting us off with a perfect Monday. The evening show last night went fucking swimmingly. That was great. So thank you guys for that. But Streamlabs and PayPal are the quickest ways to do it. It also takes a tiny little 2% percentage or whatever it is. So most of your money goes to support the show. YouTube's the easiest for a lot of people. That's great. The super chats, the memberships, the gifted memberships are great. Rumble rants work as well. So anything you want to use, it's all up in the chat. Go there, check it out, enjoy. As far as the news regarding, my old running buddy, my old disco pals, and all that, there's not that much out there. There's not very much to talk about. We've got two things we can discuss today. We've got this Barnes guy he gives me a weird vibe, man. And then we've got the body cam stuff. We got updates on the body cam stuff. They raised the money for the body cams. But I think in Minnesota, and I was wondering about this the whole time they were raising money for body cams, I thought there still had to be an approval process to get those body cam footage out there, because if it was the case that you can just pay to get the body cam footage, why wouldn't we have that in like all these police shooting things right away instead of them coming out months and months down the road? I mean, you got to remember, it hasn't been 2 weeks since this bust happened. Feels weird, right? It feels like it's been the last 6 months of my life, but it hasn't even been 2 weeks yet. And I don't think I've ever seen a story where the body cam came out 2 weeks after the event. So you're probably going to have exercise a little bit of patience on that front. Guys, I really apologize for how I sound today. I know this is absolute shit and garbage. It's getting worse as I wake up. When I got up this morning, I was like, I don't feel too bad. I'm a little stuffy. But as I wake up and the show continues here, I'm hacking, I'm coughing, I'm itching, I'm all that shit. Maybe I should have I probably should have packed an allergy pill with my Dayquil. Oh well. Nerd Angle with $9.99 says, I believe Nate, Kurt, Andrew, Tug, and Camelot all have their friends' best interests at heart. I don't know all of those names. Nate, Kurt, Andrew, Tug. I know Camelot. I don't know the first names, though, of these people. They are unwilling to sweep for him because they care and won't simply tell Nick what he wants to hear. Yeah, that's the vibe I get from Camelot. I really do. I really am impressed by his demeanor on things, because he really is. You know, I was watching his show from last night, and he said, look, I'm not sweeping for the guy. I'm saying, I'm not saying I hope he beats the case. He's saying, I hope he beats this time in his life. He said, I hope he goes to rehab. I hope he gets better. That's one of the reasons that I'm, not angry, but I'm against him on this whole thing. Not Camelot, but Nick, is because he's been nothing but an arrogant fucking prick the entire time. And that's the guy I got to know. That's not the guy I met, by the way. That's the strangest thing. I keep telling people that. The guy I met, who wasn't as deep in the throes of his problems as he eventually got. And I feel bad because I do feel like our disco lifestyle got to him a little. I feel that there was I feel like it can go one of two ways. You can turn jealousy and self-destructive, or you can blow it up around you. And he and I are the two examples of what you can do. It doesn't work to switch things up and do all that stuff. It's a bad idea. Don't do it. Either get divorced or go to couples therapy and figure out your shit. But at least for the dudes, there's one of two things you can do. You can become self-destructive, and you can get into unhealthy patterns, and you can become paranoid and nutty and confrontational, or you can just blow it all up and start over. I chose to go with path B. Nick chose to go with path A. And by the way, none of them are right. None of them are the correct way to go, because you've already engaged in something that's unholy. So however you get out of something unholy is not going to be good. The only good that can come of it is what happens after. And I do believe I'm doing the best I can after. I would like to see him do the best he can after. The only problem is he developed some problems along the way that are going to need immediate attention. You shouldn't be trying to, quote unquote, beat your case right now. You should be trying to alleviate the symptoms, become a better person, and get your children back, is what I think you should be doing. And I'm thankful. I'm grateful. I have gratitude that I don't have to go through any of that. But I think that's where Camelot's actually been really cool about this. He's like, look, my support is not unconditional. He's got to do this, that, and the other thing. And I think that's really commendable. I don't think he should be shit on by like the Keno Casino guys or anyone like that and called a sweeper or nose guard or Janny or anything like that. I think he has his own opinion. He's not being swayed by anyone else, and he's being honest. I think that's commendable in someone who has a show. Now, this Barnes motherfucker. So thank you, Nerd Angle, for the $9.99. I appreciate that. 3:30 away from today. You guys are cool. This Barnes motherfucker, this guy is weird. I don't know. I haven't really gotten a good read on this guy. I think he's either just blindly loyal to Nick, or he's one of these guys who's like so into the Constitution and shit that everything's a conspiracy. And he might be, maybe, one of those guys. Like, he doesn't trust anything the government does. He's the Diamond Rio song, It's All in Your Head. He's this close from being, a fucking snake charming preacher somewhere in the Deep South. He does not believe any of this is true. Nick's going to beat the whole thing. And anyone who's criticizing Nick over this, again, found in a house full of drugs, guns, and cocaine. We can't argue that. That's not an arguable point. You can say innocent until proven guilty, and that's fine. That's fair. But when you say found in a house full of drugs, guns, and children, that's a fact. Didn't say it's his, didn't say anything. In a house full of guns, drugs, and children. I don't care how good of a person you are. I don't care how noble of a person you claim to be. Sometimes when we're caught in a certain place, that's all people need to know. You can be like, oh, I'm a really good person. Well, you know what? I know a lot of really good people, and you know what they don't get caught in? A house full of drugs, guns, and children. So it's hard to square those two things. So he got caught in that, and a lot of people are simply mad about that part and reading the police report and what condition the house is in, which I can tell you from personal experience is somewhere between right on and an understatement. I'll be honest. But this Barnes guy, and it depends on how much has changed in the last 7 weeks. This Barnes guy has just been going to town overtime protecting Nick to the point where he didn't accuse, but he tried to hint at, he was being cutesy about it. All these lawyers are just as dumb as every YouTuber I've ever watched. I think Legal Mindset has done a good job, and that Sean guy has done a good job. But that Sean guy, he's kind of wacky for a lawyer. Like, I watch him sometime, and he gets into, like, the Kiwi Farm stuff and the real deep internet stuff, and I'm like, it's a little trolly for a lawyer, isn't it? But I'm like, you know what? He's entertaining. Fuck it. But him and Legal Mindset, I thought, have done a good job. So this Barnes guy hinted at the fact that, not potentially criminal, Legal Mindset may have moved to Asia because of the underage sex trafficking. That's fucking disgusting. And by the way, what was his rationale for doing so? His rationale for doing so was Legal Mindset criticizes Nick. That's fucking goofy, dude. And then they make fun of Barnes for being a fucking, 100% on defense asshole, which is fair. That's part of the deal. You get to say what you want to say. The internet gets to say stuff back. There's people right now saying fucking horrible shit about me. So totally fair. Totally part of the game. That's how this works. I get to say what I want. They get to say what they want. But now this Barnes guy is apparently comparing lawtubers who criticize Nick Rekieta to people who would have turned Jews into the Nazis. Now, first of all, I look at this guy. I get a weird vibe. First of all, he has the WikiLeaks book in the background. That's a little try hard. That's so bad, like in a weird way, it almost screams Fed. Not that he isn't, I mean, but like that's almost, you're trying too hard. Like that's like the guy who's got like he's doing the white supremacist Fed march, and he's got the swastika armband on, the swastika flag, he shaved his head, and even his coworkers are like, dude, you're committing to the bit a little too much, it's worrisome. He's got his WikiLeaks book in the background, and he's ready to get his broom out and do some sweeping. This is some of the most aggressive sweeping I've ever seen in my life.
Two holy books to me, the Holy Bible and the Constitution of the United States.
Time out. There's two holy books. The Constitution of the United States, which, by the way, is not a book. It's the Constitution. Well, whatever. Small. I'm nitpicking. Two holy books to this guy. The Constitution and the Holy Bible. Now, forget for a moment, let's forget the technicalities that the Constitution separated church and state. I mean, let's forget about that part. The Constitution and the fucking Bible. Hey, the holy fucking Bible, son. Those two are not on the same plane. That's like the Magna Carta and the Bible, the Constitution and the Bible. One of them is the thing that people believe saves their eternal souls from a lake of fire and burning for eternity. It gives them reason to live. It's a blueprint on how to guide their fellow man and how to treat their brothers in Christ. That's what the Holy Bible is to them. The thing you're talking about is something that dictates what the government isn't allowed to do to people. Which, by the way, has been changed and broken so many times you can't even count anymore. So he's got two holy books, this Barnes, the Bible and the Constitution. Those are 1A and 1B to him. Okay, let's see. How does that... So we're talking about a case where people got caught with 26 grams of cocaine, guns in the house and garage, and children in messy, dirty conditions. And dusty conditions. Well, you see, baby. And this guy's going to somehow compare that to the Bible and the Constitution. All right, Barnes, showtime, baby.
That's what I'm loyal to.
Okay.
The second thing I'm loyal to is I am loyal to people. I believe in loyalty. But on Sunday going in, I'd seen that a lot of LawTube was, to me, virtue signaling how they really weren't grifting off Rekieta and the problems he currently faces. But I was like, But the fact that they're knifing a person that many of these people, no one would know about, and they wouldn't be making any money but for Rekieta.
So wait a minute. Let me get this straight. And this is such flawed logic. And this really is. And I'm sorry, because I don't know this Barnes guy from Adam, except for the clips I've seen. And he seems like a snaky son of a bitch. But this is a slave mindset. Like, this, as Malcolm X said, this is the slave mind talking here. So let me get this straight. If I've been on with a guy and he's helped me and he's promoted me, then I'm not allowed to criticize him when he gets caught in a house full of drugs, guns, and children. No, I don't accept that deal. I don't want to. I'm sorry. Mr. Barnes, is it Robert Barnes? Mr. Barnes can believe whatever he wants to believe. That's totally fine. He can live in that world. I'm not going to join him in it. Otherwise, if someone were a piece of shit, let's say they were like a guy who dealt drugs to children and killed people, like the worst kind of gangster there was. Because he's given people a lot of money, they're not allowed to hate the evil things he does. That's really interesting. So everything with his Barnes guy is transactional. I can turn a blind eye to your immoral behavior as long as you've provided me with enough money. Well, that makes you a scumbag. That makes you a bad guy. If you're sitting there going, well, I would criticize this guy normally. See, there's a difference between having ethics and having ethics when it's convenient. Ethics would be, I don't care how much money this guy's made me. I don't care how he's been to me. These things that he did are really disgusting and they don't sit well with me. Now, the ethics when it's convenient thing would say, yeah, this might look really bad, but this guy's made me a shitload of money, so I'll keep my fucking trap shut. Okay, well, now, in my opinion, you've just put a price tag on your soul, which is fine. You're allowed to do that, but you don't get to come at anybody else and crack whip with them. You don't get to go, oh, I put a price tag on my soul, so therefore I can put one on yours. No. Legal Mindset has been very honest about his opinions on this case. I've been very honest about many people have argued too honest about my opinions on this whole deal and my experiences. Everybody has. And some people believe that a 16-year-old should raise 5 kids. That's like Ethan Van Sciver and other people. They believe that a 16-year-old should raise a family of 7. I don't believe that. I believe that a 16-year-old is still a dependent and still needs some guidance. Other people believe that a disgusting, messy house with 26 grams of cocaine in it, totally acceptable, totally fine. It's something we can overlook and we can just move on and hope that it goes away. The rest of us go, holy shit, that's fucking terrible. That shouldn't be a thing. Robert Barnes is part of the former group, and and it's okay to be part of the former group. Look, whatever. PPP's going to yell at you, but you're allowed to have that opinion. A free country and all that. Constitution and the Bible, right, Barnes? But for you to then attack the people who find that type of thing reprehensible, I don't know if you're standing on very solid ground ethically.
Was like, wow. Tells you a little bit something about their character. I just don't respect this loyalty. I just don't.
That's blind loyalty. That's not what you're asking for. Is blind loyalty. What you're talking about, Barnes, is bribery. As long as I put money in your pocket, you can't say I'm doing anything wrong, even when I do reprehensible things. That doesn't work for me, brother. That's not, you put money in my pocket, you have to now be nice to me and back me up when I do things reprehensible. So basically, again, you have to sell your soul. I don't agree.
About their character. I just don't respect this loyalty. I just don't.
If anything, it says something positive about their character. It says that even though you've done these favors and even under this immense pressure to defend this guy, I find this thing so morally reprehensible and so wrong that I'm going to give this person the advice they need and not the advice they want to hear. If anything, that shows an increase in character, not a defect in character.
But I figured the response would be that the grift would come unmasked, that who these people really are, that, they're there in the 1930s, they're turning you in if you're the Jewish neighbor in Germany.
Wow. I mean, yeah, if your Jewish neighbor had 26 grams of cocaine, guns and children and a messy, disgusting house, and the children were complaining about not getting fed, not changing clothes for days, yeah, then I guess in that case, you might turn your neighbor in, whether they're Jewish or not. In Spicer, that's what the community did. They turned them in. So I guess they're just grifting too. So all of these nameless well, one of the people was Kayla's sister. So is she a grifter now, Barnes? Is she, she was concerned about the children and concerned about the home. She's a grifter now. I mean, call all of us YouTube people grifters. That's fine. In a way, we are. Like, we're getting attention for this. We're making money for this. That's true. It's not the reason we're doing it. But we're not going to sit here and lie and say, we don't think about it or it's not nice to have. But, I mean, is everybody... So, Barnes has written everybody off as a fucking quisling, someone who's going to turn on their Jewish neighbor and send them to a concentration camp if they have any objections to this. This guy, this guy's having problems. This guy's having real problems figuring out who he is. And that's coming from me, by the way. The guy who just found out, I think I'm Midwestern Menard's dad. I don't think I belong in the discotheque, as they say. Woo-ha, woo-ha, I got you all in check. But this Barnes guy, he's having serious problems. And I think you're going to have that. I think you're going to have moments like this because, as it says in certain places, to thine own self be true. He's not. He feels that he has a loyalty to serve because of money, because of favors, and this is what happens to your system. In a way, we're all like robots and computers. When there's a conflict in the system, we'll glitch out. And I think this Barnes guy is glitching out because there's a conflict in his system. He knows the accusations here are really, really bad. But he also knows that he feels there's a loyalty to serve because of money. So that's causing a little bit of a glitch in his system. And when there's a glitch in this Barnes guy's system, he goes to Nazis and Jews.
That when the Klan's putting on the hoods and they're saying, let's go lynch so-and-so, they're leaving the door to join them.
Wow. So they're going to lynch. So let me hone in on Barnes' kind of main thesis here. If you have a problem with all this Nick stuff and the stuff that came out after the arrest, now you're turning in Jews in Germany and you're lynching black people in the South. Right. Holy shit. I think that one might be worse than the Andrew, not Andrew, the legal mindset, calling him a pedo. You know, Barnes saying that, because that's just one guy. And he's like, I'm going to figure out why he moved to Southeast Asia. I don't know, taxes? Like, you watching one too many movies, buddy. Because this one is like a whole group of people. Like, if you said this, you would have turned in Jews in Germany. I don't know about that, buddy. That seems a little far-fetched. That's all. Bigot on socialist media says, think about how stupid you'd have to be to spend your time watching these internet lawyers. Yeah, I've heard from a few of them where I'm like, do they have a practice? Do they like actually take clients? Or are they like Nick and they just have like an active license? Because some of them I sit there and I go, I've never gone to a day of law school, and that I have a way better take than that guy. Jesus. Bigot on socialist media says, I'd instantly lose the will to live if I had anything in common with this idiot. Well, you might have this in common. His favorite books are the Bible and the Constitution. I mean, so there's that. Some people are saying Barnes is the best. Okay. I guess. He's the best then. Someone said Aaron watches these lawyers. I don't, though. I see clips. I can't watch. No offense. Lawyer shit bores the fuck out of me. It really does. I only like Nancy Grace. I'm fucking kidding. I'm joking. A lot of this stuff I find kind of boring, which is why in our 4-hour show it's taken up a little time, but it's taken up less and less each day, because it is like I said yesterday, the lines are starting to solidify. Everything's kind of, settling in. And I think we're just about done. I do want to talk about the body cam footage thing. This is very interesting because Josh from Kiwi Farms raised enough money to release the body cam footage. But I don't think you can just buy body cam footage. Otherwise, why wouldn't like Black Lives Matter, with all the money they have, when they're not busy, acquiring top shelf real estate? Why wouldn't they just buy all the body cam footage of all these police shootings and release it the next day? I feel like there had to be more to it. And what I'm hearing now is that there is more to it. And there has to be somebody out there who's part of the tape, who's part of the bust, who has to approve its release. That's what I'm understanding. So like Nick, Kayla, or April would have to go, yeah, sure, release the thing. Which, judging by their reaction since this whole thing happened, I don't believe they're going to allow the body cam to become public. I don't, because judging by the description of the body cam, it doesn't look good. Let's go ahead and listen to Josh. And he has a show called Mad at the Internet. I don't know where it airs. If someone knows where it airs, put it in the chat. That's totally fine. Also, 3:35 away from this morning's goal. If you'd like to contribute, the links are pinned to the top of the page. Let's go with the PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Every one of your Super Chats, Venmos, PayPals, all that, they all get read, and they all get read in a timely fashion, so go ahead and throw in. Otherwise, live chat lately, moving way too fast for me. If you got something that you need to get my attention with, Super Chat, PayPal, Streamlabs, etc. Thank you guys very much. You'll be guaranteed to get to it. Let's go ahead and listen to some of this. This is the update on the body cam footage from last Friday.
So the Canada-Ohio County had announced or had replied to a couple emails inquiring about the body cam footage that in order to acquire the body cam footage related to the search warrant executed on Rekieta's property, they would need $3,000 at least, estimating it would take 50 hours at $60 an hour to get the footage. So I started up a crowdfunding campaign, and within 3 hours, it met its goal. I put the goal at $6,000.
How about that? $6,000 goal. He hit it in 3 hours. Well, I'm fucking jealous. People want to see that. But it would be interesting body cam to see. I'm not going to lie. I want to see it. I want to see that body cam footage. You know what I'm interested in? Because I'd been gone for a long time. I wanted to see just how bad that house got, because it was, I mean, I was kind of fighting uphill. Oh, thank you very much, Chelino, for sending me your full details. I mailed Chelino some stuff to Canada, and it came back to me because I had to use his real name on the paperwork, and I didn't have it. I would love to see it just to see, like, because the way the cops described the house, I was like, yeah, that checks out. But is it better or worse than when I last saw? Because you got to remember, they were without a nanny for a while. This was all in the affidavit. And then Kayla told the cops that April was the live-in nanny, which is what I understood the situation to be as well. I understood the situation to be April's living there, sometimes in the main house, sometimes in the side house, which I guess is kind of fitting if you think about it. And she was taking on the nanny duties. Not really good for the resume for your next nanny gig when this is the result of your first nanny job. I'm guessing there's got to be, if not nanny school, some classes you should be taking to prevent things like getting arrested in a house full of drugs, guns, and children. But forgive and forget. So as far as the body cam goes, the fact that they raised this goal in 3 hours, there's a lot of fucking people who want to see this thing.
Because what we received as an estimate was purely an estimate, and there might be additional time or additional fees associated that we can't expect. And I also wanted to have a little bit of money set aside for a specific purpose.
Oh yeah.
Here's the
What's
catch.
that purpose?
Minnesota is one of the few states in the country that does not have general public access to body cam footage.
Okay.
There is privacy laws that protect people. There is not privacy laws protecting houses. So we already know what Rekieta looks like. We already know what Kayla looks like. We don't need body cam footage of the kids. We already know what these people look like. What we want to know, what I want to know at least, is what the house looked like.
Sure.
So
Agreed.
We're going to try and get the county to surrender the footage. And if they want to go through, and apparently they do this in Minnesota, they'll go through and censor out all the people. They might garble the text or whatever. They might black stuff out. I just want to see the state of the condition that house is in.
Okay.
And that's why we're going for the footage.
Wow. I mean, you can say what you want about Josh. You can say what you want about Kiwi Farms. This guy's fucking good. I mean, he's not just like people, some people who don't like him call him like, he's just an internet troll. He's not a dumb guy. He's thought this stuff through. He seems like a sharp enough dude. That's a good way to get around that shit. Because a lot of people, if you were just a troll, you'd hear like, oh, well, you know, we have to protect the privacy of these people. They'd be like, well, I guess that's the end of that. Not Josh. He keeps going. He's like, well, then blur them out then. Black them out. Make them all black bars. Make them all blurred. We'll be able to tell who they are anyway just because we know the players involved. And so blur everybody out and just show us the condition of the house. That's pretty sharp. Should be able to get that. Needed $3,000 originally. Got $6,000. Take another $3,000. Have them edit everybody out. Okay.
However, the county has been very obstinate. I think that what's happening is that Rekieta is freaking the fuck out and like threatening the courthouse and trying to get the county to not release the body cam footage. And then meanwhile, my attorney, who is licensed in Minnesota, is trying to pressure them as much as possible. into releasing the footage because the public has an interest in this in the footage. And it's going nowhere right now, but we'll continue to press it. And as I mentioned in the fundraiser, for whatever reason we don't get it and we don't have to pay this fee, the money will just be donated to a charity. If there's money left over, it'll be donated to a charity in Minnesota.
That's fair. I mean, the guy, you got to think, the guy's got legal fees and legal bills that he's got to pay for all this. So, let him take something for his time and his effort. Bigot on socialist media says having to pay $60 an hour, where does the money go towards? Their Christmas party? No, paying the person who's, paying the person who's working on this shit. Paying the people who are editing the footage, basically. That's all I got for today, guys. That's the news. That's the info that I've got for you today. Like I said, things are solidifying. Things are settling in. I think that's good. We can go on. We've got, holy shit, do we have a ton of stuff to talk about on today's show. You got the Kevin Brennan thing. You've got the Pat McAfee, Caitlin Clark thing. You've got the Alex Jones thing. And a bunch more stuff that I can't. Oh my God, the Dr. Fauci stuff from yesterday. Fauci's on there. God damn, man, this guy. I envy Dr. Fauci. Like, imagine if you just got to get away with absolutely everything for the rest of your life. You could lie 3-4 years ago, tell the truth about the lie 3-4 years later, and you're not responsible for anything. Nobody can do anything to you. Like, you have total immunity from being held responsible for any of your actions. You may not need it, but nice to have, right? Jimmy says, Johnny says he never got his raise. Well, that would be a lie. Johnny's raise starts this month. Johnny received the first of his raise payments, if you will, on June 1st. So sorry about that, buddies. I know you guys are trying to sow some kind of weird dissension, but as usual, your efforts come up short. 335 is today's number as far as the goal goes. We're a little slow, 330, not 335. 335 away from today. Let's drop that under 300 by the top of the hour. That would be great. Super chats, memberships, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble rants, etc. Throw in a couple of bucks to support your favorite little engine that could over here, especially on a solo show. So Kevin Brennan yesterday on his program, Misery Loves Company, which I was on when the arrest news broke. It broke while I was on MLC, mugshots and everything. Jesus, that was a classic episode. I may have been part, not trying to brag, I may have been part of the greatest episode of Misery Loves Company of all time. And even if you don't agree with that, right now, name me one better. Look, man, I may not be the best episode of Misery Loves Company ever, but I'm head and shoulders above whoever's in second place. Well, Kevin Brennan was, I guess, shitting on Hackamania, which I guess the bedbug fest that somebody said barely a couple hundred people attended, which, yikes. I mean, you had what, like 3 or 4 different shows with 3 or 4 different audiences attending that? Like, you loaded it the fuck up and you drew a couple hundred people? Oof, that's a tough one. Well, Kevin was talking about that, and up came this idea that Kevin has, or that apparently he's thought through, that April is going to be his new sidekick on Misery Loves Company. I guess this would kick Chad Zumach to the curb. Chad wouldn't be the co-host anymore. He'd lose his gig to April, which I'll be honest, that would be funny to me. For all the shit he's talked and now kind of the W he's dragging around right now, for April to come in and take his job. Now, I'm going to say before we listen to any of this, before we hear how Kevin's going to sweeten the pot and whatnot, I don't think April's interested. I don't think April wants to be part of the internet world anymore. I don't think she wants to be on anyone's show. I mean, first, she had this show, and she was good on it. You know, she did a good job, but she got into disco, as we all did, and this show didn't seem as interesting to her anymore. She found a higher rung on the ladder, and she climbed that one. And then this show didn't seem that important to her anymore, so she just quit. She quit her job. And then she got discovered as the person who was in the studio with Nick when he was doing his shows because her voice was on the fucking disaster nightmare stream. And that kind of exposed her. It's still on. Clear as day. So I don't think and then of course the arrest a few days later. I don't think if April's smart, she's in Litchfield right now, licking her wounds, recovering from all this, getting back into another line of work, living a private life as a private citizen, and rebuilding. At 29 years old, it's not impossible. You go back, you find a good gig, you go back to maybe the factory stuff, make some decent money, rebuild your life. Totally possible. In fact, not only possible, if you stay clean and you stay away from the disco life, 100% likely that you rebuild your life. Honestly, before your 30th birthday, you've got your life rebuilt, in my opinion. But going back to the internet stuff, there's that saying, just some people can't handle the internet. She's one of those people. It's just, number one, she's a woman, and it's fucking brutal out there for a woman on the internet. And, trying to handle all that is very, very difficult. So let's see what Kevin Brennan's got. You guys knock out our 3:30. We're slow going to start this morning. If you feel like chipping in, please do. We appreciate it. Let's watch Kevin Brennan's offer to April, my ex-wife, to join Misery Loves Company. She should kind of take this as a compliment if you think about it. I mean, people are still thinking about her. People still, she's still a name. She's still got enough drawing power that Kevin Brennan wants to pay her a salary to work with him.
My name's on the wall at the Comedy Store. His isn't. So
zinger.
I don't really care what he thinks about my stand-up, to be honest.
I have no idea.
He seems like a nice guy. I enjoy his. He's a good, sidekick to Kevin for the moment.
He is.
Is that Chad? He's talking about Chad.
Liam's my new sidekick. Speaking of Liam. Sidekicks, I'm making a formal April offer right now. April, $40K a year to be my sidekick, and you can have weekends off like Kumia. No Saturdays, no Sundays. Saturdays I got the sorcerer and whoever jumps on with him. Was that a classic, Chad? He jumps off the.
So he offers April $40,000 a year. I think we've talked about this on the show before, so I'm safe. She'd have to take a pay cut to work for Kevin. Look, we had to cover what she was making at the old place. She hated the old place. She wanted to work here. So I had to make that work fiscally for her. So she'd have to take a little bit of a pay cut. And I can't imagine that Misery Loves Company's audience is less brutal than a Steel Toe audience. I can't imagine that whatever Kevin's audience does is nicer than what we're doing. I'm not saying they're bigger pricks or assholes than our audience. I mean, if you go through our chat, I'm sure there's people right now, I'm the worst motherfucker who ever lived. I'm terrible. I'm awful. This guy sucks. I hate him, blah, 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 blah. I'm sure it's just a wonderland of positivity. But Kevin's people, they do it for sport. For them, it's like part of the show. So I don't know if that would be the best place for her. But Kevin's making an offer. And how's Kevin's wife going to feel about this also? All she's got to do is read a couple articles where, you kind of see what the old running group was into, allegedly. And I think there might be some questions raised right off the top.
Say bye, didn't do his plugs, just jumped off the fucking show. I'll give April a 20% year-end bonus on the $40K if she comes bikini clad twice a week. Not twice a week, in the summer maybe, but not in the winter. All right, somebody reach out to her. I'm not kidding, man. I think that would really. First of all, listen. I'm gonna be as fair as I can here, but
Okay.
she ain't gonna be able to get a job. I mean, she can work at the 7-Eleven or something, but I'm sure that she's either gonna have to move or this Nick Ricotta guy. Again, he's not my business. But April got dragged into it. She got arrested. I don't know what happens. Like, I never really got arrested like that. So I don't know if you they don't appear on your, somebody does a background check on you. They don't appear unless you're convicted of some kind of crime, but.
Well, they can look it up though. And I think Kevin's being a little unfair on that one. I mean, I don't think it's going to stop her from getting certain jobs, like doing what she did before this. And she'd been doing that for years. But doing what she did before this, which has retirement and benefits and all that stuff, it's a blue-collar living. She could do that. I don't think they're going to turn her away for that one mistake. I think she could do that again, and she could do that the rest of her life. She'd be the hottest chick at the factory. And I'm not saying that to shit on anybody. Like, after the life she's been living, which is the life I'd been living, it's not a good life. You shouldn't be living that way, especially if you have children. And she doesn't. I get that. But, it's not a life you should be living. So when I say, she could be the hottest girl at the factory, that's a good thing. There's a lot of people who would kill to be the hottest girl at the factory. It's not glamorous. It ain't disco. But what did disco get you? Disco almost got you a charge that could have landed you 25 years in the clink. So who gives a shit about disco? Be the hottest girl in the factory. That's all I want to be. I just want to be the hottest girl at the factory. I want to be the guy with the dad bod who might get a few stray looks when he goes to Menards once in a while. That's it. Get back into the gym 3 to 4 days a week, do some boxing, get some bruises, maybe get a few looks at Menards. That's it. That's all I want. I want the single moms trying to figure out what kind of washing machine to buy to maybe go, hey, fuck it, whatever. That's all I need. Set your standards low. So I don't agree with Kevin that she couldn't get a job.
I mean, everybody in that town where she lives has to know her. So she'll either have to move or come work for me.
I love those. I love that those are her two options. She has to move or work for Kevin Brennan. Dude, I still get people who comment to me and they're like, you should take her back and you should have her do steel toe and she should come back and do that again. No. I'll tell you, once you go disco, you can't go back together. It doesn't work. Sorry. You can't. She'd have to disavow disco, and I don't know if she's ready to disavow disco yet. I'm just trying to get Keanu to call in and yell at me for calling it disco. But it's an interesting offer. $40,000 to do Misery Loves Company. Kind of breaks up your afternoon. It starts at 3 o'clock Central Time. I don't know. It's an interesting offer from Kevin. Let's see where it goes.
This better be her. This better be her.
It's not.
April Diane Imholt. My favorite part of the show is when the old man with diaper ointment. It is diaper ointment. It literally is. Now, you know what I did? Fucking, I'm so stupid. We're off to a good start, April. We're already riffing. No, they had this Decident. I got the CVS kind. So anyway, one CVS just had the paste of it, Decident and paste. But then the other,
Bro, is Kevin still treating his herp lip and he's rubbing diaper rash shit on it? Kevin, it's called Abreva. Everybody with herp lips know about Abreva and Valtrex, dude. Go to your doctor. He'll give you 5 big fucking horse pills. You'll take one of them a day. Nobody will ever, when you start to feel the tingliness in your lip of getting a herp lip, you go, you take the Valtrex. Like April had some left over. I'm admitting to a crime here. April had a dosage of the prescription Valtrex stuff. And I took that when I was getting one 2 weeks ago or whatever. And it never blew up. It never became a big thing. It just kind of withers and dies on the vine. It takes a week. But you take the 5 pills, Kevin. You rub a little Abreva on there. and you're good. You don't have to smear fucking diaper rash ointment all over your face. Kevin, that herp lip should be gone by now, buddy.
It would like leave a mark on my lip. So I'm like, and then I went to another CVS. I wasn't even like, I would just walk by the section. I wasn't like looking for more. Anyway, I walked by that section and there's an ointment version. So I'm like, oh, the ointment won't be so white. But it is white, and it's even more white. Even if I take
Kevin, there's medication they make specifically for herp lips. Go get that shit. In fact, it's probably right next to the baby butthole cream that you put on your face. God damn it, man. I just realized I should be teaching a course on herpes.
Shower, there's still a fucking mark on my lip. So yeah, but it's almost gone. The reason I put it on now is because it's almost gone. And last time when it was almost gone, I'm like, it'll heal on it by itself from here on out. And it didn't.
You know what? I'm telling you this. An egotistical, angry bastard who talks about himself. April would fit right in on this show. She's got experience. It could work. It could work with her on MLC.
My favorite part of the show is when the old man with diaper ointment on his lip, literally ointment. It was paste before, now it's ointment. With diaper ointment on his lip, threatened to stop doing the podcast that makes him $20K plus a month. Wow, someone's doing well. April, you want to make $40K a year? Let me know.
By the way, the minute a judge's signature goes on to that paper that's now been submitted to the county, it's April Anderson. Thank you very much. Not Imholt. Her and I were apparently in complete agreement on that one. I'd be lying if I said I was thrilled that when that arrest went down, the person I was divorcing, the fucking last name was on there. That bothered the shit out of me. That's my kid's last name. That's my last name. That's the last name of a lot of people in central Minnesota. Imholt is not a common name nationwide, but where I live, with all the incest and whatnot, Imholt's a pretty common name. And I'm sure there's a lot of people not very appreciative that name was in there. So I'm not trying to tell a judge what to do, but if we could make haste on that name change thing, that would be nice. That's going to help her, too. I mean, the name change is going to help a ton because you'll Google that name and the arrest won't come up, which is a good thing. Again, go back to the factory, do that shit. Be the hot girl at the factory. You'll find a nice man. He won't take you down the disco route like your last one did, like a fucking idiot. And you'll do well. I really do. I think she's going to land on her feet. A lot of, like Kevin Brennan and these other people, they have these dire predictions for her. I think if she stays hanging around the Rekietas, she's fucked in more ways than one. I think it's over. It's finished. That's your whole life then. You're hanging out with a married couple in their 40s while you're in your 20s for the rest of your life. One of them looks like Skeletor. The other one, she could, he'd probably gain a couple of pounds, but like one of them just looks like warmed over death. And you're going to hang out with that. You're going to what? Share a dude with a married lady of 5 for the rest of you? That's a fucking terrible idea. It's a dog. I mean, should you have come home with me? Probably. Yeah, that would have been your best bet. Your best bet, come back. We do steel toe. They get busted they're getting busted. There's nothing she could have done to save them. That was already in motion. He was going to do that fucked up, coked out, drunk stream, allegedly, whatever the fuck it was. Well, I guess the cop said it looked like it was coke and booze. He was going to do that stream whether you were there or not. Your best bet would have been come back, we do steel toe, we cover this arrest from afar. Her and our banter on it would have been fucking classic. And then, you put the pieces back together. But if you get away from that disaster, if you get away from that, what is still, in my opinion, a ticking time bomb, what happened to you was a warning shot. Because you change your last name, you get the fuck out of there, you go back home, you pick up the pieces, you're going to be fine. But you stay in that fucking blast radius, nothing survives that, not even cockroaches. But continue, Kevin, with your pitch.
How much up front to April for no rehab. We want her just the way she is. Like that Billy Joel's classic. I love you just the way she is. No, I want her coked up.
No. Let me say that. Do you? I don't have any experience in this. I know that based on what they've told me, the other two have been hitting it for years. You're going to need professional help to get over that. You're going to need meetings. You're going to need rehab. You're going to need all of that shit. And you're going to need to work it. You can't just go. You can't just show up. You got to work it. You got to make an effort. And that's really, really hard. And the majority of people don't make it. But I wonder if April, since it's only like 6 months, if she just removes herself from that area and she gets the fuck out of there and it's not accessible to her, it's not so like cocaine is not something you can just go and get. It's expensive. You got to know somebody who knows somebody who knows something about it. If she got away from it and she just went back home, she could probably steer clear, right? Again, I don't know. Maybe, super chat it in, PayPal, Venmo, whatever, but I feel like you could probably just kick that whole thing. By the way, I will tell you this. It feels so good to talk about this as an observer rather than someone who's like actively involved with any of the people. The divorce thing is going to do wonders for this program because now I can just talk about these things, from afar instead of worrying about the impact it's going to have on me. Which you might say, Aaron, that sounds really selfish. Yes, it does.
I want her coked up.
No.
That's what I want. April, Diane Imholt. I guess we're all caught up. Do your plugs, KB. This might be her.
No.
It's starting to sound a little bit like Canoe, though. That's what it's starting to sound like. But anyway, Canoe, tell if this is you, Canoe, tell, because I usually don't read Canoe, so maybe she's undercover. She's an undercover super chatter. Tell Diane. Now we're doing cheers. I'll be Sam, you be Diane. Tell April, Diane Imholt, 800 a month.
Wait, 800 a month?
800 a month, $40K a year. That's over 40.
That's 800 a week, silly goose. 800 a week is what? 32 a month? That's only 38. Well, splitting hairs now. 900 a week.
Because there's 52 weeks in a year. So she could take 2 weeks off and go camping and go whitewater rafting in Europe.
Oh, no, 800 a week, 50 weeks. There you go. Yeah. Okay. That checks out. Kevin's smarter than I am.
Not me, stupid. All right, then maybe it's Diane. April, Diane. She really is like Diane from Cheers.
How?
Didn't she have no luck with love? She was luckless in the love department. That's kind of like April is. But somebody else said, again, I will get her on to find out, get to the bottom of it. But people, I think Errol, what's his name? Aaron was saying that she was cheating on her boyfriend to be with him. So her boyfriend.
Hey, whoa. Did I say that? Her and I started, and here's what she told me. Okay, this is interesting. Let's get into this. Before we finish up with Kevin here. This is fascinating. This is actually going to make me think about my past. April and her boyfriend were still hanging out, but she told me that it was all bad, and he was this and he was that, and they were broken up. But because they had an apartment together, they hung out once in a while. And then her and I started hanging out, and then she was done with him, and she started dating me. Do you think she lied? I know I sound like the dumbest guy right now, but do you think she lied about the boyfriend to me? That's interesting. Because I know she told some lies before the disco era started. I know that she told some half-truths, and there were some fibs in there. And then after the disco started, there was quite a few. That's really something. Huh. I don't know. I'm not sure. I can't confirm.
I guess she worked with him or something, so she would cheat on him, and Aaron would pick her up in the car like they do in the they did in the 50s in those movies. So they go to the drive-through. He'd pick her up in the car and they make out in the back, and I guess they'd have sex in the car.
Wait,
so now Aaron was like, yeah, she cheated on it. She cheated on her boyfriend to be with me.
Did she? She told me that they had broken up in October. Her and I started seeing each other in January of 20, just before COVID started. She said they had broken up in October. But then again, I guess they were still hanging out every once in a while. I think that, you know what? He's right. There is some overlap there. You guys want a story? April went out to one of Adrian's comedy shows with that boyfriend, just like when we had first met each other. And she went to I was on that comedy show. I was doing a set on Adrian's show. And she went to the bathroom. I went out to meet her. She came out of the bathroom and we made out a little bit in the gathering area, but before you go in the doors to the show. And she had gone there with the guy she was living with, who she claimed wasn't her boyfriend anymore, but they had gone out to the show together because that's something they had done. And her and I did a little quick sneaky makeout. This is like 4.5 years ago. This is not a big deal anymore. This isn't like, oh my God, like she was 25. I'm fucking 33. But yeah, we did a little sneaky. You know what? I'm finding out a lot of dishonesty there from both parties. No wonder it didn't work out. We're scoundrels.
Cheating on me to be with Nick Rekieta. And it's like, that's how you got to be careful. That's why I always warn Gene or Levy. I mean, I could send it a link. I could send it a link. But, she's like, if you're someone's fourth wife, you got to be careful with that.
True.
You got to be careful because
right.
people have tendencies.
Yep.
They do, Jeaner. So Bob can say whatever he wants. Bob's very loyal till he's not.
That's the Kevin Brennan clip. Look, I can't argue with the guy until I can prove that I changed my behavior. I mean, you got to eat that criticism, right? Like April has the thing with the last boyfriend and me. I have the thing with my first marriage and now this one doing disco. That's fine. I mean, that's fair criticism, right? If someone's criticism is, if their criticism is like, hey, this Aaron and this April, they're not loyal, you kind of got to eat that one, don't you? You do. That's fair criticism. Let's go to some of the audience here. Mr. Me with $2 says, I'll pay you every time you do an impression of Nick. Well, I have this impression. I don't have a whiskey glass in front of me. You need a whiskey glass. You got to put your finger on your cheek like this. You have to move around very effeminately. You have to have really jittery hands. And you have to go, well, you see what the problem is there is that everyone else doesn't understand that the brilliance of it is it's a cop and they're at Denny's and they don't know what they ordered. That I can do that. But my best Nick Rekieta impression would be, that's my best work. So thank you, Mr. Me, for the $2. Chris Benoit with $10 says, ooh, Red Bar covered you for over 2 hours last night. He should. If Red Bar doesn't cover this show right now, he's a fucking moron. He should shit his colostomy bag twice as hard today if he doesn't cover Steel Toe. Steel Toe's one of the hottest things going right now. So if he doesn't cover it, how's he supposed to get any attention? You got to remember, Red Bar is a closed-off community. It's not very big. It's very loyal, the people that, but I bet you he's got less than 1,000 people watching him at a time while he's live. Chris Benoit with $10. Thank you, Crippler. Says, he said you messed up for showing up into too many shows and talking too much about the swing lifestyle. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. You're saying Red Bar's takeaway from my whole experience the last 6 months was that I handled it poorly? Oh my God, that Red Bar's a goddamn Svengali. Red Bar's a fucking genius. Wait a minute. You're telling me that Mike David, who does like one show every 15 days, that his masterful take on the steel toe thing was that we handled our disco lifestyle poorly. First I'm hearing of it. That's kind of why Red Bar's become obsolete, by the way, is because everybody does Red Bar now. He's influential in that regard. But like even the Law Tube stuff is kind of Red Bar-esque. Even though Red Bar was kind of Jocktober-ish sort of a thing. But either way, like everybody does Red Bar now. So there's like 19,000 Red Bar takes within 24 hours of news breaking. But Mike only does a show once every 10 days. So he's kind of always behind everything. He's the covered wagon in an age of sports cars. But yes, that, you know what? I got to say, dynamite take by Mike David that April and I did not handle our lifestyle very well. Holy shit. Where was that guy? Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says April had her life made working at Steel Toe. Why would she give all that up? Well, you know, my friend, Rick James once said, cocaine's a hell of a drug. I'm not saying that's related to what you said in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying Rick James did once say that. So there's that. Adam Simon gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Mild's Culture Plate with $2 says, this is the saddest Marvel What If episode ever. The Kevin Brennan thing. BJ with $10. Thank you, pal. 305 away from today's goal. All the links are in the chat. BJ with $10 says, April could do a one-on-one intervention podcast series with her friends, Keanu, Matt, Lila, etc., but not Aaron. Yeah, I'll say that I don't think April and I want to have any dealings with each other. I'm a little, people think I'm sore about the way the disco thing ended. You got to remember, I wrote to them and said, I'm not coming back. This has gotten too complicated. It's too weird. I don't enjoy this. I'm going to hang out with my friends. It basically became, I had a choice, unfortunately, because in that lifestyle, you have to, like Kayla said, she goes, I want us to be a family and raise all of our children together. And I'm like, well, I have an ex-wife. That's extremely unworkable for me. And number two, now I'm hanging out with my friends. I'm seeing a lot of people I haven't seen in a while, and I miss this. I want to go back to that, and you can't do both because the world's not going to understand what you guys are trying to pull off. So you're not going to be able to go out. Like, we would talk about that from time to time, like, how do we tell our families? How do we tell our friends? It's like there's no fucking way to explain that. Without saying anything about the case itself, just talking about my life, people are saying, what about those people that they kicked out of that house? April and I were supposed to move our family into that house. Ugh. Can't do it. Like, reality set in for me at some point, and I'm like, fucking disco is unworkable. And I found the, oh my God, I found the texts from Nick last night on my phone. The night I told him, like, I don't think I can do this anymore. I'm sorry. It was worse. Like, whatever I told you guys, it was way, way worse than the way I remembered it, to be honest with you. Holy shit. But, yeah, I don't think April, if there was this one-on-one intervention podcast series that BJ's talking about, first of all, I don't think April's interested in any of it right now, but she doesn't want to talk to me, and I don't want to talk to her. I'm very sore about the arrest because it has put me in a funky spot. Everyone has this thing where they're like, Aaron, all the talking you've done, it's made you a target, this and that. Number one, I already was. Anyone who thinks Aaron made himself a target, no, trust me. I'm not going to say too much. I'm not running my fucking mouth. But believe me, no offense, guys, I know more about it than you do. Trust me. That their behavior got me in a fucked up spot. that now I had to navigate my way out of. And, you know, I had to fucking rub dirt on myself. It's like the Walking Dead thing. I had to rub zombie guts on myself to get past the zombies. Wasn't pleasant. So I'm upset with her for that because I warned them. I said all these things. Whatever. Moving on. I'm upset about that. She's upset that she thinks I'm a mean guy. She thinks I'm a bad guy. She thinks I've made her life unlivable. Okay, fine. That's okay. There, my whole thing became there ain't no good guy, there ain't no bad guy. There's only you and me, and we just disagree. Move on. But if there's this one-on-one intervention podcast series, I don't want to be a part of it. She doesn't want me to be a part of it. I've had my intervention series with April. It was extremely painful. I'd rather not go through it again. And make bank gradually tackling her demons and rebuilding bonds with people who care. Can I tell you something? Let me tell you someone who really does care, who really gives a fuck, and is an amazing friend to both of us. And that's Keanu Thompson and Gino Bisconti. Unbelievable friends to both. You know, Gino and Keanu are the walking evidence of what can be when there's a breakup and how to handle the friend thing. If I ever told Keanu in a million years, if I said, hey, it's either April or me, you saw the things she did, Keanu would go, Aaron, no disrespect, go fuck yourself. I may choose April, I may not choose April, but I ain't choosing you because you just said that. She's very good that way. Gino's the same way. If April said the same thing, I don't want you talking to Aaron, she'd probably go, well, go fuck yourself. Because I haven't done anything bad to Keanu. April hasn't done anything bad to Keanu or Gino. And, I will, both of them are straight shooters. Both of them will tell you the truth. Gino a little more directly, but Keanu will as well. But I think April would benefit big time. If they had to do it via a podcast, which maybe I don't think would be the best idea. But I think if April and Keanu did a show together talking about her struggles, talking about where she's been and where she wants to be, I think Keanu would help her immensely. I think that, actually, BJ, I think you do have a good idea there. Lila's maybe someone you bring in later. Lila has to be someone you bring in when you realize you've done wrong and you're willing to atone for your mistakes, because that's where I've been at for the last few months. And I can handle Lila. Lila is 100% a Spitfire. She's tough love all the way. You know, she's an iron fist in a velvet glove. When you're ready to take responsibility, Lila will beat you down and let you know how you fucked up. But I don't think April's at that point yet. Rupert with $4.99 says, why does Kevin Brennan always yell? He's an extremely autistic kid trapped in a 70-year-old body. It's amazing. Honestly, I think it keeps him young. I do. I think the yelling and the shouting and the autism keeps Kevin Brennan ageless, if you ask me. Tanya with $20. Wow, thank you, Tanya, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. She says, hi, Aaron. I'm one of your new viewers. I stuck around because I really do like the content. I have a genuine question. Have you checked on April to see how she is actually coping with everything? Just curious. Thank you. I wrote to April after she got out of jail. And I told her that she needs to get away from those two. I told her I'm glad she was out. I told her I hope she uses it as a second chance to get better. The problem is she doesn't admit to me that there's anything she needs to get better with. She's insistent that none of them apparently have done anything wrong. She said the same thing to me that she DM'd Ethan Ralph, which is kind of gross. She said, my charges were dropped. I'm not an addict. Somebody did this to me, which, again, unfortunately, that sounds like her opening her mouth and Nick Rekieta's voice comes out. She became Little Nick, unfortunately. He got his hooks into her, and now she's got the same copes and the same lack of, dodging responsibility that he does. That's why I think if she gets away from him and hangs out with her mom and dad more, I think she'll become that sweet salt of the earth person that I remember and that her friends remember. But I mean, there's a caustic edge to her. And it's that dodging responsibility, dodging what you did. That Nick Rekieta fashion, if you will, unfortunately. But as far as, I checked in on her, and it just turned into, it's all my fault. That's what, I literally, it turned into, it's all my fault. Me talking about the arrest on the show has now made her life unlivable. That's what she said. It wasn't the fact that she was hanging around them and there was a house full of drugs, guns, and children. It's that I talked about it on my show. Forget the fact, did not even acknowledge. She always liked to use the kids. Once she started disco, she would like to use the kids whenever it was convenient. Never, wasn't around the kids as much anymore. Didn't hang out with the kids as much anymore. But whenever she got sad or got backed into a corner or confronted on something, I love those kids. I love those kids so much. Well, then why'd you leave me alone to have really difficult conversations with them? There's words and there's actions. But, she would talk about the kids a lot, and she got caught in a house full of drugs, guns, and children. And to me, those two things they didn't jive with each other. That's all. So she said, it's made my life unlivable, this, that, and the other thing. And I finally told her, I said, look, you and I should communicate just through my lawyer. That should be the end of it. Because I don't, this conversation is going nowhere. And I said, speaking of children, I said, if you had been home with the children and I, this wouldn't have happened to you. Point, period, end of story. I mean, you can say whatever you want about me, and Davy Cakes says still, dude, you can't stop any of your impulses. I'm talking about my divorce fuckface, so you can just suck my dick. No offense. Thank you for the $1.99. But you can say whatever you want about me. You can, all of the nose guards and all of the sweepers, they hate my guts. I understand you should. You can't live in the world you've created for yourself and think I'm okay. But no matter what you think about me, no matter what you hate about me, anything, two things you can't deny. One, everything that's come out about this thing, I have been right on about, I've told the truth about. Number two, if she had been home with her husband and her stepchildren, none of this would have happened to her. Both of those things are true. That tells me one thing. She made a choice. She didn't want that. That's the long and short of it. That's all. All right, let's, as we continue on here. So the Kevin Brennan offer, look, I'm not going to burst Kevin's bubble. I'm not going to tell him what's going to happen, what's not going to happen, but I don't think he should hold his breath on that $40,000 a year offer. I don't think it would be good for her anyway. I think she should get away from that world, if you ask me. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says all of this could have been avoided if Nick was never part of the October comedy show. You and April never hung out with Nick. Well, look, if what's the old saying? If a frog had wings, he wouldn't bump his ass when he hopped. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. All this stuff works out. All of this stuff works out the way it was supposed to. My life is moving forward in the way it's supposed to. I've reunited with my parents. I've reunited with a lot of my family members. There's some people who are still very upset with me, and that's totally fair. I've been spending more time with my friends. I've been meeting people who are good for me. These are all good things. Mild's Culture Plate with $2 says, no, the guy wondering what if his ex wasn't a piece of shit. Are you talking about me? Or are you talking about her old... I don't remember who you're talking about. But I don't think anybody's a piece of shit. I think people got demons. I hope those people fix their demons and stop making excuses for them. Davy Cakes with $4.99 says, I actually really like you. Oh, well then fuck me, Davy Cakes. I was wrong, and I apologize. You're a great guy. He's going to shit on me now, isn't he? He's gonna shit on me. He buttered me up. I apologized. Now he's going to shit on me. All right. Wish you would talk about other parts of your life and weave some of this in. Wish you would do MLC with Sorcerer. That's being talked about. The problem is my kids are here every Saturday. You know, they're here. And we're going into my summer schedule, which is like a straight up 50-50 schedule. They're here Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and every other Sunday. I mean, it's a 4 or 5 day a week thing. So it's hard for me to do MLC with the Sorcerer. But I totally would. I would do MLC with the Sorcerer, for sure. OOXOO on Rumble says April will be doing OnlyFans next year. I hope not. I really hope not. Look, man. Look, as mad as I am and as disappointed as I am in certain people, you got to admit I've been fair. I've been open. I've been honest. When I first met him, Nick, like, you might not believe this, Nick and I were really good friends. Like, really good friends. It's just, there were things that we were just too different on. And also, with the things we were doing, that's going to sow distrust. And he developed a lot of distrust of me. And it fed a paranoia. And then when you engage in other things that feed that paranoia, it ends up being, and then that stresses me the fuck out. And then I get resentful and I get angry. It turns into a mess. And then you have both marriages falling the fuck apart. Look, sober, everything else, good guy. Generous man, decent man. The demons, they fuck you up. There is not one of us, there is not one of the four of us who, when we adhere to our best angels, are not good people. It's just that you have to appeal to those better angels. You can't live in denial and fight your demons. You got to give in, and you got to exercise those demons, and you got to appeal to your better angels. Honky with $1 says, what are the chances that April will burst through that picture behind you like the Shockmaster? My new co-host is going to shock the world because she is the Shockmaster. And she falls over and the fucking helmet goes tumbling on the floor. Oh, my God, what a disaster. 280 away from today's goal. Trucker 18-wheeler with $2 says April is a little Nick-er. No, that's not. I did not say it like that. That is not what I said. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats. Hey, nothing on the Streamlabs or PayPal, by the way. Let's go ahead and hook that up this morning, huh? Go ahead and throw a few bucks in. You know what I like to see in the PayPal is those big 20s and 30s. Those are nice. Those get that goal knocked down. Really, really sweet. But the Super Chats are fun, too. Thank you for all of it. Davy Cakes with $4.99. And also, I hope you guys like the show better where we spend less time in the chat. We read the Super Chats. Some of those are really good. They lead to other topics. And then we bounce on to the next thing. Davy Cakes with $4.99 says, I went to college with Sorcerer. He would definitely adjust his schedule for that. He thinks this is interesting, but he has treated this before. Right, I feel like I'm cheating on my therapist with this guy. Then again, my therapist isn't as interested in going back over what I've been up to and talking about that. My therapist is much more interested in how do we teach you productive coping mechanisms with things like this going forward in the future. Like maybe the Sorcerer is more of a, let's exercise the demons of yesterday kind of a guy. But my therapist is more of a, how do we teach you good behaviors going forward that, we can rewire you and you can relearn that way, which I will say, I appreciate it. I think it's great. I talked to a few therapists before I picked this one. I think she's great. And, but yeah, I'd talk to the Sorcerer for sure. Let's talk. Okay, guys, let's move on into the news, shall we? Let's talk about this, the Fauci stuff. We got Fauci. We got Pat Macafee calling Caitlin Clark a white bitch. Like, if you're white, do you get to call a white woman a white bitch? I guess not. Not if you work for ESPN, you can't. Independent Pat Macafee, who used to do his own podcast, he could call Caitlin Clark a white bitch. The Pat McAfee who works for ESPN, I don't think he can call Caitlin Clark a white bitch. But I knew what he meant by it. I thought it was really shitty that people came down hard on Pat McAfee for this because A, he was on brand when he did it, and B, I know what he meant by white bitch. He wasn't like, this white bitch. He was talking about the perception of some players in the WNBA. But we've got that. We've got Fauci stuff. We've got, Tiffany Henyard news today. And we have Alex Jones. We have the real reason why Alex Jones's studio and InfoWars may get shut down. It turns out it's not the government. It turns out it's not like the CIA or the FBI or anything like that. It turns out it may actually be the Sandy Hook parents, believe it or not. But also, $280 away from today's goal. Let's get it under 200 by 8 o'clock. Throw in on that PayPal and Streamlabs. We get that stuff right away. And then there's the 30% cut that YouTube takes. The super chats are great. Any way we can keep this show funded and keep it on the air, we appreciate it, especially with the bigger audience. You guys are great. Hit like, hit share, hit subscribe. We do appreciate it. What are we looking at? About 1,200 people watching the show right now. Everybody hit like. Everybody hit subscribe. So Dr. Fauci was testifying yesterday. He was talking to Congress. And boy, did those Republicans let him have it. It's amazing that 4 years after it debuted on the scene, over 4 years now, that COVID, it's almost been 4 years since I got my first bout of COVID, July 4th weekend. That was a shitty time to get it. But it's amazing that all these years later, COVID is still political. It's still Republicans versus Democrats, because Fauci went to the Capitol yesterday and the Republicans beat the living shit out of him and exposed him for all the lies he told during COVID, because he fucking fibbed his ass off. Whether it was a lie where he knew it was a lie at the time and he just told it anyway because fuck us, or whether he didn't know what he was talking about and he pulled something out of his ass and he lied that way. Either way, this guy told a bunch of lies, like the 6-foot thing. He's now come out and said, I made that shit up. I just thought, 6 feet sounds good. Like he ballparked it. They asked him about the vaccine. They asked him about masks. They asked him about the lab leak thing. We'll get to all of that. We've got 4 or 5 Fauci clips that we've got to play for you this morning. But it is incredible how if you're a Democrat, this guy still has to be a god. And if you're a Republican, this guy's still a giant piece of shit. Now, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican, but I tend to lean towards Fauci's a opportunistic, money-grubbing piece of shit. It's just where I'm at. Let's go ahead. The first clip we have here is of Fauci talking about the COVID vaccine.
The vaccine saved millions of lives, and I want to thank you for your support and engagement on that. However, despite state...
Holy shit, that's a Republican saying that. Wow, a Republican saying that the vaccine saved lives. All right, roll on, Highway.
Statements to the contrary, it did not stop transmission of the virus. Did the COVID vaccine stop transmission of the virus?
That is a complicated issue because in the beginning, the first iteration of the vaccines did have an effect, not 100%, not a high effect. They did prevent infection and subsequently, obviously, transmission.
God damn, who's the politician and who's the scientist, huh? You got the politician asking him a straight question, and you got Fauci giving the political answer. They're like, did it stop transmission? And he's like, well, that's a difficult answer. Well, no, then the answer is the one you don't want to give, which is, nah, not really. Because that's the real answer. Did the vaccine stop transmission? Not much. He's going to try and go, well, in this isolated incident, then in this isolated incident. So the real answer is most of the time, no, it did not stop transmission. That's the problem with a lot of these hearings is like the people answering the question treat it like a literal yes or no question, when in reality it's, look, man, ballpark, roundabout, generally speaking, did the vaccine stop transmission? And you'd be like, well, most of the time, no, it didn't. But instead, if you're Fauci, you can go, well, it's complicated. You see, in instance A, B, and C, it did. Like, forget that it's 70-30 or 80-20, not in favor of what you want it to be. But if you can come up with a couple of examples, well, then you can skate on the question.
mission. However, it's important to point out something that we did not know early on that became evident as the months went by.
That you're full of shit. Is that the one? Because we didn't know that right away. We didn't know Fauci was full of shit. He saved that surprise for a little later when he would talk to Rand Paul and those guys.
Is that the durability of protection against infection and hence transmission was relatively limited, whereas the duration of protection against severe disease, hospitalization, and deaths was more prolonged.
But that's not what a vaccine is. You do remember that we changed the definition. The CDC changed the definition of what a vaccine is because of this vaccine, right? Like, instead of admitting that this wasn't a vaccine in the traditional sense, they just changed the definition of the word. It's like, hey, you know how our 10th graders can't read past an 8th grade level? Like 80% of them can't read. We just dropped the standards of what they need to be able to read to a Dr. Seuss book, and now the numbers went up. That's kind of the thing with the COVID vaccine, is that, hey, you know, a vaccine is supposed to stop you from getting it and stop you from spreading it. It's supposed to basically be the beginning of the warpath that kills this disease. And they went, no, that's actually not what so this COVID vaccine is failing. And they went, no, it's not. If you read the new updated definition of vaccine, you'll see that the COVID vaccine is fucking crushing. And they're like, but you just changed what vaccine meant. And they, in their minds, they're like, yeah, so what? We got the result we wanted. Rigging the numbers isn't rigging the numbers to them. It's just getting to the ends they need to get to. Who cares what the means are? But him saying, well, you know, the vaccine, it may not have prevented transmission for a very long time. But it did prevent serious illness and death for a prolonged amount of time. And you're like, how do you figure? Like, if you're 25 and you got the vaccine and you got it and didn't die, did you count that as part of the mortality thing? Because if you're 25 and you get it without the vaccine, you probably ain't dying unless you've got other health problems. So this is a remarkably dishonest answer. He's like, oh, yeah, the vaccine may not have prevented transmission long-term, but it did prevent more serious disease and death. It's like, okay, that's great, but that's a treatment. That's not a vaccine. That's not what a vaccine does. I didn't get the diphtheria vaccine, and then when I got diphtheria, it just wasn't as serious. I didn't get the measles vaccine, and then when I got measles, I didn't get those diseases anymore. I couldn't. My body fought them off. They were good. No measles, no diphtheria for me. That's how a vaccine works. COVID vaccine didn't work that way, therefore it shouldn't be called a vaccine. But then again, I don't have the almighty pen to just change the definition like Fauci did. So he's full of shit here.
We did not know that in the beginning. In the beginning, it was felt that, in fact, it did prevent infection and thus transmission. But that was proven as time went by to not be a durable effect.
So no. That's a really shitbag way of saying no. So that guy spent all that time asking Dr. Fauci, hey, did this thing prevent transmission of the COVID virus? And Fauci gave this big, long-winded answer that essentially meant, no, it didn't. And then, Jeswig is talking about, and then all the side effects of it, which they still won't totally list. All the side effects of it and what, people have had to deal with from getting it. Yeah, we're not even on that part. We're just on the part of this guy's lying his fucking dick off. That's all. What's the next clip? Dr. Fauci. Oh, blaming, Dr. Fauci wants to blame the unvaccinated still. This is an oldie but a goodie. This is a few years old now. This is Dr. Fauci yesterday in front of Congress. Ooh, got to go over this way. All right.
And do you also agree that it's saved hundreds of thousands and possibly millions of lives in America and across the world?
That is absolutely correct.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a nice, high-fat softball just being lobbed up at Fauci that he can turn on and just drive over the left field stands. I'm so glad we have all these Congress people to ask the tough questions. Like, hey, do you think this statement I'm about to make that totally aligns with your worldview is good?
and it's very clear that it's saved millions of lives here and throughout the world. The Europeans have done the same studies that we have, and the data are incontrovertible that they save lives.
Sir, and do you think the American public should listen to America's brightest and best doctors and scientists, or instead listen to podcasters, conspiracy theorists, and unhinged Facebook memes?
Wow. How's that Fauci dick taste, Mr. Garcia? Sometimes I watch these guys and I'm like, are they real? Are these real people? This makes me believe in the conspiracy that the country's run by a robot alien class. Because this guy's Smith, John like a motherfucker. He doesn't seem human. A podcast hosts, conspiracy theorists, and unhinged Facebook memes. Now memes are unhinged? I don't think memes really convey emotion. They're just text on a picture, but okay. Unhinged Facebook memes it is, I guess. I love how he's asking Dr. Fauci. He's like, should we believe you or should we believe these other people? What do you think Dr. Fauci's going to do? Fall to his knees and go, I'm a fraud. You shouldn't listen to me. Listen to Joe Rogan instead. No, of course not. He's going to say, no, I'm the man. You're right. Thank you for reminding me, Mr. Garcia. Up until today, I was starting to lose my confidence, but the fucking head that I'm getting from you in front of the entire country is really doing wonders for my confidence. I appreciate it. Now, hold on. I'm about to come. Let me plug your nose.
No, listening to people who you just described is going to do nothing but harm people because they will deprive.
Really? Because a lot of those podcast hosts and conspiracy theorists said that this started in the Wuhan lab, while you were saying that was racist. And, you know, Corey Adam makes this point. People like Fauci said, well, it's racist to say that a high-tech, advanced Chinese scientific lab accidentally leaked a disease out that they were working on. That's racist to compliment China and say that their high-tech labs and all this stuff, they were working with all these things and it got out. That's racist. It's apparently, according to Fauci, not racist to say, well, you know, all these unwashed Chinese people and the dirty bats they eat at wet markets, that's how they got sick. That's not racist. It's racist to say really smart scientists fucked up. Not racist to say they're all a bunch of backward, unwashed, bat-eating monsters. It's fucking great, man.
Deprive themselves of life-saving interventions, which has happened. And, you know, some have done studies. Peter Hotez has done an analysis of this and shows that in people who refuse to get vaccinated for any variety of reasons, probably responsible for an additional 200,000 to 300,000 deaths in this.
So we're pulling that number where? Directly out of our asshole? Okay, that's what I thought. And then also, like, a lot of those podcasters and other people, like, were the first ones to ring the bell about not only the Wuhan lab leak theory, but also vaccine side effects, vaccine injuries, all of this other stuff. You know, reporting that the vaccine wasn't as effective as the government pitched it to be. So you can shit on these podcasters and you can say they're all conspiracy theorists and what have you. But there were you have to admit there were times where they were right and you were wrong. We don't have to talk about that part because it does seem, again, vaguely important. We got another clip here. This is of Fauci testifying that his senior advisor repeatedly violated government policies. This is interesting. OMG with $5 says that jersey behind you. Can you lift the sleeve and fold it back so it doesn't hang the way it does? I'm going nuts here. Yeah, absolutely. For sure. We will, let's fix the Mighty Ducks jersey. You're right. It does deserve more respect than it's getting. Deranged Lunatic, a.k.a. DL with 199, says, wow, the Democrats really love the taste of dick. They don't love the taste of dick. They love the taste of Fauci's dick specifically, Deranged Lunatic. Let's be fair. Let's be a little bit fair. They love the taste of Fauci's penis. $275 away from today's goal. Guys, the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Super Chat links are pinned to the top of the page. Let's attack that PayPal a little bit. Let's really knock this thing down and get that number down to a manageable figure. We're at $275 today. If you're one of the OGs, if you're one of our regulars, you have gotten a nice fucking break from contributing to the show these last 2 weeks. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I hope you feel like throwing in today and doing it old school. What can we do? I do have to get a shadow box for my Mighty Ducks jersey. Until then, I have an idea. Let's see if we can... hold on. We can do this. Let's see if we can stack this. Put our Jesse Ventura dolls. Guys, this could really end up being a disaster. There we go. And that doesn't look too shabby. That's not bad for now. I mean, we'll get it on a shadow box and we'll put it like up here. I know people don't like the April and I picture being up there. It's kind of weird, though, because like that was a part of the show. And I know that we've started a new era without her, and people feel the way they feel, and the numbers are way, way up, which is great. But, she was a part of the show. But I guess not anymore. Doesn't like us. Doesn't like me, that's for sure. So maybe that will go. Who knows? Maybe that'll be taken elsewhere, so to speak. I don't know what to do with all those pictures. I don't know what to do with my old ring either. I've got my old wedding ring sitting in the car. And I've thought about, like, do I just pitch it out the window one day? Do I just throw it in the garbage? Do you have to do some ceremonial destruction of it? My last wedding ring, I just, at my old house, I just chucked it into the neighbor's yard. And I think it was wintertime, so I chucked it in the snow. I don't know what to do with this one. Go ahead, Super Chat, PayPal in. We'll read your ideas. How's that? Highest Super Chat or PayPal gets to decide what I do with the ring as long as it's within reason. Look, I got to make money to keep my show on the air, right? And then you guys want to have fun doing all this crazy shit. So, all right, we got over 1,000 people checking out the show at the moment, which is great. Thank you very much. Highest Super Chat or PayPal today. That's what I do with the ring. And we'll film it. We'll record it. We'll upload it for you. We'll do that. Whoever gets the biggest one today, that's what we'll do. We're 275 away. So there's, the ring I don't know what to do with, and the photos I don't know what to do with. I think the photo frames, I'm going to let the kids put, their favorite pictures in of them and me and all of that stuff and hang them back up around the house. But I don't know. April didn't take her Minneapolis Miracle picture with her. I'm actually really happy about that. I also don't know what to do. There's 2 pictures over in the corner of this room where it is April and I taking pictures together, but it's at a concert, at 2 concerts at Raleigh's that we really enjoyed. Doug Stone and Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters. And I really enjoyed those shows at Raleigh's. So, I don't want to take them down, but it's all April and I. I don't know. But with the ring today, biggest Super Chat, biggest PayPal, whatever, I'll do what you want me to do on that one. That way you get a little bang for your buck. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says you should see if Abby would be interested in joining the Steel Toe Morning Show as a guest or permanent member. She quit her job at the county. No, I'm not interested. Thanks. I don't need any more co-hosts. You know what? Honestly, I've got my team. My team is good. My team is solid. Cheeseburger Pie says, throw them all in a bonfire and move on. We're gonna monetize this thing. Tanya with $10 says, I would sell it. Pawn or jewelry store. It's what I did with mine. I don't think my ring is that expensive. I mean, I think April paid maybe a couple $100 for it, if that. Guys, the thing is, guys' rings are not very pricey. So you don't really get a lot for them. I gave her ring back. She can do with that what she'd like. That may be fucking in a sink drain somewhere in Spicer. I don't fucking know. But I did give her ring back. I wanted her to have it. It's hers. Plus you don't get a lot for rings anyway. Like once you buy a ring, like it loses a lot of its value. Not that I didn't spend a pretty fucking penny on that thing, but I always found that taking the wedding ring back, I always found that to be kind of gross. I always found that to be a petty move. When a relationship's over, unless you got just straight up fucking left and got your heart ripped out of your asshole, usually it's mutual. Like you both would like to be done. So there's no reason to be petty, like taking thousands of dollars. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says Abby is doing podcasting now full time. No offense, Red Fox Mad. Nobody really knows who she is. It's fine, buddy. Honky with $1 over on Rumble said, cast it into the fires of Mount Doom, but let present-day Kayla bite your finger off first. Jesus fucking Christ, why? Why does that have to be a thing? Chris O'Lean with $10 says, auction it off and donate the money to a charity that helps children of parents who like to disco. I could help the disco kids. Yeah, you're right. I probably do owe. At that point, I could help out. Is there a charity for disco kids? I don't know. 255 away from today's goal. So far we have pawn it, auction it off, my wedding ring, and those are at $10. Whoever contributes the most to Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, whatever today, they get to decide what I do with the ring. Thank you, guys. All right, we got a little more Fauci here. We had to get through a few Super Chats. And, of course, we are totally empty on Streamlabs and PayPal and Venmo today. If you'd like to contribute on there, we do appreciate that. That's a nice one. But we understand the Super Chats are easy. Let's continue on with Dr. Fauci testifying before Congress today. Then we got Pat Macafee calling Caitlin Clark a white bitch. I'm excited about the shit we've got on today's show. We're just getting warmed up, boys and girls.
So there's a troubling pattern of behavior from your inner circle, not just Dr. Moran's, but also your chief of staff, Mr. Folkers.
I really hope, I know his name is probably Mr. Comer, but it would at least give government a little bit of a chuckle if he was Mr. Comer. It would just, I know it's immature, I know it's low-lying fruit, it's not very funny, but it'd give me a chuckle.
Do you agree that it violates NAID policy to use personal email for official purposes?
Oh, shit. So they're accusing him of like some Hillary Clinton shit. Like his aides were using personal email for business purposes. That's like one of those technicalities. It also makes you look dirty. Like they're accusing the National Disease fucking Joint. We'll just call it that because I'm really professional. They're accusing them of communicating clandestinely because they were hiding shit or they got something wrong and they didn't want people to know and they're figuring out how to roll that news out to them. Instead of just coming out and going, hey, we're wrong. Remember, this whole thing was about the science. And if the whole thing's about the science, then when you get something wrong, you don't go, hey, guys, how do we hide the fact that we fucked this up? If it's all about the science, you go to people and you're like, hey, good news, guys. We fucked something up. But we figured it out, and now we can adjust to it. It's almost like if you're doing science, that's the way you behave. But if you're doing government propaganda and control experiments, you would try to hide that shit as much as you can. I'll let you decide which one we were doing.
The Dr. Morin's issue that was discussed by this committee violates NIH policy, yes.
But does using official email, using a personal email for official business, does that violate policy?
Using a personal email for official business violates NIH policy.
Does it violate NAID, NIA?
See, look, that motherfucker, he's like one of the guys in charge. He can't even get it right. Let's call it NAIDS and just call it a day. NAIAIADNWO. LGBTQIA+.
ID policy to delete records to intentionally avoid FOIA.
Yes.
Okay. On April 28, 2020, Dr. Moran edited an EcoHealth press release regarding the grant termination. Does that violate policy?
So they're now confronting Fauci on his people, the people who worked under him, editing EcoHealth Alliance press releases, because EcoHealth is the organization that your taxpayer dollars went to, who were doing gain-of-function research in Wuhan, China, that led to the leak of the COVID-19 virus. So they don't really want to talk about that one because they spent a long time telling us it was all those goofy Chinese people eating bats that started this whole thing. And anyone with half a brain who's read half an article knows that it was 1,000% that goddamn lab. The only question is, was it released accidentally or intentionally? And Fauci doesn't want to talk about that.
That was inappropriate for him to be doing that for a grantee as a conflict of interest, among other things.
So again, this is what annoys the shit out of me. Act like you didn't order it, motherfucker. Act like the guy in charge didn't know what the fuck was going on. So Dr. Fauci, instead of taking responsibility, gets to go, no, I guess I'm just a dipshit, retarded boss. God, I fucking hate that. It's like in Abu Ghraib when the prisoners were all tortured and Rumsfeld went, oh, yeah, I didn't know what was going on. Must have just been the soldiers. Great. So the way you're going to make us feel confident is to say, I'm a dipshit asshole who doesn't know how to do my fucking job and watch the people under me. And the worst part is it's a lie. You knew it was going on. You probably ordered it because you were covering up for your buddies at EcoHealth Alliance. You think the guys under you gave a fuck if they protected Peter Daszak and EcoHealth Alliance? They didn't fucking care. You did. You gave a shit. So you ordered it. And then when the shit hits the fan, you go, oh, I can't believe that they would do something like that. That is remarkably irresponsible. We pride ourselves on consistency and good behavior.
On March 29, 2021, Dr. Moran edited a letter that Dr. Daszak was sending to NIH. Does that violate policy?
Yes, it does.
On October 25th.
And boy, gee golly, am I really sorry about it. See, this is why people get excited about these Fauci hearings and people get excited when politicians get called out on shit. And I don't like being a buzzkill and I don't like ruining their day. Believe me, that's not something I get off on. But I've seen too much to think that any of this goes anywhere. Guys, enjoy this. This is as close as Fauci will ever get to a jail cell. He'll have to answer some uncomfortable questions about what a piece of shit he was and spin his way out of it for a few hours. That's as much punishment as this guy's going to get, at least here in the modern world. The afterlife, I don't know what's in store for him. But like anybody who thinks if we elect Trump, we'll throw Fauci in jail. How'd that work out for Hillary? Yeah, she was fine. She didn't go to jail. She didn't even face a charge. So, you can watch these and go, yeah, we got Dr. Fauci. Okay, well, enjoy that moment because that's all we're getting.
5th, 2021, Dr. Moran provided Dr. Daszak with advice regarding how to mislead NIH on EcoHealth's late progress report. Does that violate policy?
That was wrong and inappropriate and violated policy.
And aw shucks, I'm just broken up to pieces over the whole thing and I had no idea about it. Oh, gall darn it. By the way, did I mention I made millions of dollars the last 4 years?
On December 7th, 2021, Dr. Moran wrote to the chair of EcoHealth's board of directors to, quote, put in a word, end quote, for Dr. Daszak. Does that violate policy?
Should not have done that. That was wrong.
And that violates policy.
Well, I'm not sure of a specific policy, but I imagine it does violate policy. He should not have been doing that.
And gee golly shucks, old Dr. Fauci just had no idea. And again, like I said, he's just super duper broken up about it. He's really sad that happened. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but Dr. Fauci just couldn't keep control of those old knuckleheads. Just couldn't corral them, couldn't keep them in line. Fuck. Front Porch Conservative with $4.99 says, okay, so maybe not a volcano, but what about melting your wedding ring down, pouring the molten metal over the front of a boot, and creating a real steel toe? Oh, shit. That's a creative idea. Not bad. Guys, we are running behind for today. We're 250 away from today's goal. Quite a few more people watching the show than normal. So if you feel like chipping in, please do. Let's knock that out and do 30 minutes of overtime today. A little sympathy play since we're about $50 off the pace and nothing in PayPal today. Doing a solo show today and doing it with the sinus congestion and the not feeling so well. I appreciate your guys' generosity. Carnell with $5 says, and by the way, like and subscribe also. Carnell with $5 says it's sickening that the experts, along with the people in power who imposed lockdowns, are the same experts that expect to get pandemic amnesty. Dude, it's worse than that, Carnell. It's not only that they expect to get pandemic amnesty for all the things they fucked up. We're still asking these people's advice for the next thing that's coming down the road. It's kind of like, remember in the Bush administration when the Iraq war got fucked up? And that whole thing became a clusterfuck? And so what we did was the next, like when it came time to fix Iraq, we put those same people in charge of fixing it. It's like, oh, God. It's government personified. Cheeseburger Pie with $2 on Rumble says to auction the ring to the Dabbleverse would be a great idea. Ooh. That's interesting. Guys, we are a whopping 250 still away from today's goal. Somebody wants to drop a big one in Streamlabs, PayPal, or Venmo. That would be great. And then we'll get right back on track. We do appreciate it. The YouTube stuff is nice. We've always been more of a Streamlabs, PayPal kind of a program. Thank you. All right, couple more Fauci links here. In fact, this is the last one we've got. This is Representative Jim Jordan talking to Fauci about China being enriched by the United States to do gain-of-function research. This is going to be good.
That call would have been on the call.
Well, the call was arranged by Jeremy Farrar. You should ask him.
Okay. Did U.S. tax dollars flow through a grant recipient to the lab in China?
I'm sorry. What was?
Did U.S.
I got to hear that again. So what Jim Jordan's asking him is, did we give money to EcoHealth Alliance and then they did their gain-of-function research in China on COVID-19? I just want this motherfucker to liberate himself one time and go, yep, sorry about that. By God, do we feel awful. He doesn't even have to be genuine. I just want him to say it one fucking time. Again, I'm not like some of you. I'm not expecting this guy to go to jail. I'm not expecting this guy to be held accountable in any way, shape, or form. I just want to one time before I die hear him say, yes, taxpayer dollars went to EcoHealth Alliance, and they did gain-of-function research in China that probably led to the creation of COVID-19. That would be nice one time before I croak.
Did U.S. tax dollars flow through a grant recipient to the lab in China?
I'm sorry. What was?
Did U.S. tax dollars flow through a grant recipient to the lab in China?
Yes, of course.
Whoa! Yes, of course. But wait a minute. Remember when Rand Paul would bludgeon this motherfucker over the head with EcoHealth Alliance, Peter Daszak, gain of function in Wuhan, China? And this guy would go, Senator, you're being ridiculous. Senator, you're being truculent. Senator, I think you're barking up the wrong tree. Senator, I think you're pulling your dick out a little bit on this one. So this fucking guy put us all through it. Lied his fucking balls off. And then finally, when he admits the truth, he doesn't admit the truth like, look, I've been lying my ass off about this for a long time, and I'd like to come clean. Instead, what he does is he goes, yeah, of course. What the fuck are you talking about? Everybody knows that. It's like, wait, what?
Flow through a grant recipient to the lab in China.
Yes, of course. It was a sub-award to the Wuhan Institute.
And who approved that award?
Excuse me?
And who approved that award? What agency approved that award?
National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases.
Your agency approved that, right?
Yes, it did after.
Did that have anything to do with this downplaying of the lab leak theory?
No.
Nothing to do with it?
Nothing.
What?
Oh, okay. So the fact that we got caught giving this money to do gain-of-function research, which we weren't supposed to be doing, the fact that we gave that money to EcoHealth Alliance and we knew they were going to be working with China on gain-of-function research, and then this fucking disease comes out of the whole thing. Yeah, no, that had nothing to do with any of it. That had nothing to do with any of our sweeping this under the rug about the lab leak theory. Fucking hell. Crunchy Cynicism with $10. She just writes, men. Oh, shit. So it's a man thing. I see. D-Pat with $2 says, turn the ring into a Baldo and mail it to Nick. BJ with $5 says, save the ring. At the rate you're going, you'll have the Olympics logo. The fifth wife is going to be conceived at Gino and Kiki's wedding. Which we found out last night is going to be disco themed, unfortunately. Sabert with $5 over on PayPal. Thank you. The PayPal was lonely today. It had no friends. Thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Boys and girls, we are at 235 away from today's goal for overtime. Of course, that goal is the break-even point for the Steel Toe Morning Show, so we appreciate you guys contributing to the program. And still over 1,000 people checking out the show. I really appreciate those of you who have stuck around and subscribed and liked the program. We appreciate that. Go ahead and continue to hit like, subscribe to the channel, and if you're feeling generous, throw us a couple of bucks, man. That's huge. That throwing us a couple of bucks thing, that keeps the show alive. And the highest PayPal contribution or Super Chat contribution today gets to decide what I do with that damn ring, because it's just sitting in my car right now. And just like chucking it seems so, so much like a letdown. Let's get into this Pat Macafee thing. I love this shit. Apparently, like, Pat Macafee is one of those guys who, like, he started working at ESPN. And when he started working at ESPN, he lost his independent cred, because Pat Macafee had his own podcast. It was huge. It got really big. And then ESPN basically bought Pat Macafee. They bought Cool. That's what corporations do. Some lone wolf is out there doing his thing, and ESPN goes, ooh, we need a little bit of rebellion. We need something that's a little different. Get the guy in the tank top. Get the guy who does his show in a tank top and gym shorts, and that'll kind of make us look cool. We'll buy Cool. Well, the problem is these companies buy Cool, and then they tell the cool guy, look, you got to nerd it up a little bit. You can't be as, freewheeling as you are now. So you bought the thing, and then you try to change the thing, when what you should do is, if you want to buy the thing that's successful, let the thing do what it does to be successful. They don't do that at ESPN. Pat Macafee referred to Caitlin Clark as a white bitch in a rant he went on. He has since apologized. We'll go over the apology in just a little bit. But here's the actual comment. Now, I have not heard this audio, but I've read about it. And, personally, maybe I'm just too easy or too difficult to shock. I didn't think what Pat Macafee, from what I've read in the context I understand it, I don't think he said anything that awful. Let's be honest. Caitlin Clark, being a white girl who's making a shitload of money in the WNBA and becoming a huge star, is probably something that other players resent. I do think race has something to do with it. I'm sorry. I do think race has something to do with some of the players who dislike Caitlin Clark and the money she's making and the attention she's getting. I also think that a lot of people who have never given a fuck about the WNBA before now like the WNBA because there's a clean-cut white girl playing who looks like the girl next door. So, yeah, I do think race is a part of this. Absolutely. Let's go ahead and play this Pat Macafee clip of him referring to Caitlin Clark as again, I quote, a white bitch.
What the WNBA currently has is what we like to describe as a cash cow. There is a superstar. And we're not saying that the players on the court need to act any differently. That's the athletes are going to do what athletes are going to do in any sport. And I think we're all learning that WNBA, that's old school football, baby. That is old school football. But I would like the media people that continue to say, this rookie class, this rookie class, this rookie class. Nah, just call it for what it is. There's one white bitch for the Indiana team who is a superstar.
There's nothing wrong with that. God damn, we've got to stop being so fucking sensitive about a word. He's talking like a guy talks about sports. This is what has pissed me off about ESPN for years. And, you know, Barstool used to be the place you could go to have guys talking about sports the way guys talk about sports. But unfortunately, I feel like Barstool has brought in too many, like, fantasy football nerds and analytics nerds and, like, you know, neckbeards and shit like that. I don't – Barstool isn't really the place where you got guys talking about sports. Pat Macafee became the place where guys would talk about sports, and then Aaron Rodgers would come on. He'd say some heavy shit. The problem is when you get bought out by ESPN, who are some of the biggest fucking pussies out there, you don't get to have these moments where Pat McAfee's talking about sports the way people honestly talk about sports. There's a black guy on his show. I mean, the rest are white. But when he said, let's be honest, there's one white bitch, and that's what this is all about, that's true. He's absolutely right. They're like, oh, the draft class for the WNBA, the draft. It's all about Caitlin Clark. There's one white bitch in there that people have been kind of drawn to, and she's kind of lifting, she's the rising tide that's lifting all the boats. Tell me what the fuck Pat McAfee had to apologize for in that little piece of discussion right there. Fucking obnoxious. Everybody knew what he meant. They know he wasn't insulting Caitlin Clark. They know he wasn't being like a racist guy. They knew he was just saying what the facts are. The fact that there's this clean-cut looking white girl who can play basketball is going to draw a lot of people to the WNBA. So stop with the pearl clutching, stop with the being offended, stop signing your petitions. There's nothing wrong with what he said. And the fact that ESPN got on his ass about this yesterday really pisses me off too.
You say, this rookie class, this rookie class, this rookie class. Nah, just call it for what it is. There's one white bitch for the Indiana team who is a superstar. And is it because she stayed in Iowa, put an entire state on her back, took a program from nothing to a multiple-year success story?
No, if I may answer that question. It's mostly because she's white.
Is it because she would go on to break the entire points records in the history of the NCAA, not just the women's record by Kelsey Plum, shout out, but also Pistol Pete Maravich's, the dude's record as well? Is there a chance that people just enjoy watching her play basketball because how electrifying she is, what she did, what she stood for, how she went about going what she went for? Maybe. But instead, we have to hear people say that we only like her because she's white. And she's the only popular because the rest of the rookie class is doing what they're doing. Well, that's a bunch of bullshit. And we think the WNBA, more specifically, their refs need to stop trying to screw her over at every single turn. What you have is somebody special. And we're lucky she's here in Indiana.
There's nothing wrong with anything that Pat McAfee just said. Oh, and I'm sorry, I didn't have that up for you guys. My bad. It's my congestion. It's getting the better of me. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, that's the way people talk about sports. And that's what I hate about ESPN. It's what I hate about the news when they talk about politics. Nobody's talking the way people talk. And that's what people want to see. And then the minute you get a guy who's going to talk the way people talk, you immediately shut him down and want him to apologize. I hate that. Pat McAfee did nothing wrong. Unfortunately, Pat McAfee already has apologized for it. Look, are we going to... I understand that everybody's sensitive about race and all that shit, but I've always found that the only way you really make any progress on race is that if white people are honest about the shit they feel guilty about, instead of lying about it, and if black people get to be honest about the shit that they're frustrated or feel guilty or angry about. I'm sorry, like white people seem to be uncomfortable with the fact that Caitlin Clark is really popular a lot because she's white. That has a lot to do with it. White America goes crazy for someone who looks like them. P-Dog, sorry, buddy. I apologize. No, I do. I read them on PayPal. You're right. I'm sorry. I should keep Streamlabs up. Well, you know, here's the deal. There hasn't been a lot of Streamlabs in PayPal today. So I tell you what, guys. You give me, you start throwing in on Streamlabs and PayPal, I'll start bringing them up, and I'll start making sure I read those. I'm trying to log into Streamlabs right now so I can read that from my boy P-Dog. Let's go to recent events. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Stop being a bitch. Take my money. And let's talk sometime. I'm finally breaking my avoidance on the Rekieta story on my show. Robert Barnes got me going. Look, P-Dog, you ever want to talk about it? We'll talk about it. You know? I'm tired of those, God damn it, what's the fucking line? I'm tired of those sweatsuits and them baggy pants. Let's talk about it. We both single dads from the Midwest. We can talk about it. I don't usually quote Machine Gun Kelly on this program. But yes, P-Dog, thank you very much. I appreciate that. As far as breaking your silence on the Rekieta thing, you know, I understand where it was tricky for me because I was like, you know, as they say in The Devil's Advocate, neck deep in the whole thing since it began. But like for other people, just fucking be honest, you know? You see what you see, you've heard what you've heard. Yeah, just fucking speak your mind. As the white girls say, speak your truth, as they say. But, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I think the lines are starting to solidify. I think the whole thing's starting to kind of like, we've got it all. We have all the news and I mean, it's been almost 2 weeks since the arrest. This is the part where it stops being interesting and it starts getting into legal motions and shit like that. I mean, it could be, if Nick and Kayla are going to fight it, it could take a year before we see a trial. Who knows? But I just can't. I honestly cannot believe they're fighting it. And maybe it's because the state hasn't or the county hasn't offered them a deal yet. Maybe they'll just kind of work. And then when they get a deal, they'll take it. But like to me, I think the best deal they were going to get is if as soon as it happened, they went, look, we fucked up. We made a mistake. There's a shitload of cocaine in the house. You can't undo that. But what you can do is you can sit in front of the detectives, you can sit in front of CPS, and you can go, this is where I fucked up. This is what I did wrong. I just want my fucking kids back. I just want to know what I have to do to get my kids back. They don't want to put people in jail in Minnesota for drugs. They don't. They want diversion programs. That's what Minnesota's all about. You got to remember, we're run by Democrats here. We're not tough on crime. We want you to go to rehab. We want you to get better. We want you to take time away. We want you to kick the smack. And we want you to clean up your house and get your fucking kids back. Stay off of drugs. Don't do the drinking. Yeah, CPS is probably going to be up your ass for a year or two, checking in on you. They have to. You got caught in a house with fucking coke and guns and kids, and it was messy as shit. They're going to want to check in on that. Believe you me, just because my fucking wife was involved, they're probably going to want to check with me. And my home is a fucking open door. That's what you got to do. The idea that, like, we're going to take this to trial, you're going to lose. You're going to lose. Because you're guilty, in my opinion. You did what you did. Take ownership for it. Now is not the time to go, I'm going to beat my case. It's not about beating your case. There's 5 fucking kids who need mom and dad to get clean and be okay again. It was just P-Dog saying he's going to voice his opinion on this that got me fired up again. But Jesus Christ, I was so heartbroken yesterday when I saw that Kayla did the bond thing. That really broke my heart because I was like, you know what? Nick may have bonded out so he can avoid the testing. And, you know, if he wants to do drugs, he can do drugs. If he wants to drink, he can drink. Those aren't the conditions anymore because he paid the bond. I was like, but you know what? He's been a defiant son of a bitch from day one. Him and April both have never admitted they've had an issue. So, you know, he's sitting there on stream and he won't admit he has a problem. So maybe that's a lost cause. I don't know. I was like, I've known Kayla and I know Kayla doesn't want to do all that shit. So I thought she's going to keep the bond. She's going to cooperate with the police. She's going to cooperate with CPS and she's going to, work on a plan together to get her fucking kids back and clean up her shit. Now, just because they paid their bond doesn't mean they aren't still going to clean up their shit. Maybe they will. But boy, that accountability sure does look good. But what do I know? I'm not a law streamer. Thank you very much to Gray Duckling. He says, launch your ring with a mortar while listening to Katy Perry. Oh, play firework and launch my ring out of a firework mortar? That's fun. Nicholas, my golfing buddy, with $5 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. Okay, so somebody gave $20 and said, launch the wedding ring out of a firework mortar launcher. That's number one so far. That's $20. That's the one that wins. Sid with $30 says, okay, so Caitlin Clark. Oh, did I get off the Caitlin Clark thing? I apologize, Sid. That's on me. That's $50 coming in, guys. That puts us back on track. We are 185 away from today's goal. Thank you very, very much. Keep that going. Let's keep running up the score, and let's get that under 100 by 9 o'clock. What do you say? We got about 45 minutes to do that. I appreciate it. You guys are the absolute best. You guys are the tits. Thank you very much for your generosity. If you keep so 30 so far, $20 is the top donation for what to do with the wedding ring today. Los Federales with $2 says time difference in Cali is messing me up. It's 6 a.m. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 8:18 here in Minnesota. 8:18. So we got a little over 40 minutes. To knock that under 100, which is great. So, yes, I'm sorry. We were talking about Caitlin Clark, and then P-Dog came in with his thoughts. I'm sorry. Elza Belza on Rumble says, are we back to talking about those disco dancers? I'm sorry. Well, look, guys, I've been trying to tell you it's not like a grift for viewership or anything else. I do have passion about this particular topic, but it's like we said at the meeting on Sunday. You got to choose between resentment of your past and gratitude towards your future, and I got to go gratitude towards my future. But I still have my opinions as an observer. That's for certain. Thank you, guys. The Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo links are in the chat. 185 is today's goal. If we hit it, we add 30 minutes on to the end of the show and give you some overtime. So Pat McAfee says, this isn't about the WNBA draft class. This is about one white bitch. He didn't mean it as an insult towards Caitlin Clark. It's just how dudes talk about sports. It's fine. I like people who are a little loose with the way they talk, and you don't take every word they say literally. Well, yesterday at about 3:30 in the afternoon, Pat McAfee addressed the criticism, saying he shouldn't have used the phrase white bitch when describing Caitlin Clark. I don't understand that. People use white bitch when they talk about me with all this Rekieta stuff. I believe on Kiwi Farms yesterday I read, Aaron may be an insufferable retard, but he has been right about everything that's come out so far. And that's what I tell LawTube. That's what I tell all of those people. It's like, go ahead. You don't have to like me, but you do have to admit that everything I've said has been borne out in the papers. So don't fucking crack whip with me on consistency or honesty or anything like that. You can say that I'm an insufferable retard or that I'm an extremely unlikable person. That's totally fine. Look, some girls don't like boys like me, all but some girls do. No matter the context, said Pat McAfee, even if we're talking about race being a reason for some of the stuff happening, I have way too much respect for her and women to put that into the universe. I mean, it's fine. That apology is fine, and I'm sure he means it, but he means the apology. He didn't mean white bitch. He added, my intentions when saying it were complimentary, just like the entire segment. Yeah, I mean, women can call themselves bad bitches, right? Like if a woman goes, oh, I'm a bad bitch. I'm a bad bitch. I'm a boss bitch. You can say that. So if you want to say Caitlin Clark's very successful and a lot of people pay attention to her, it's because, look, there's that one white bitch. Yeah. That's totally true. Pat McAfee, unfortunately, is suffering from living in a very sensitive culture. But then again, we always talk about this. If you're going to have a high-profile show, don't you have to have your finger on the pulse of the culture? So, in a way, he should have known, this was going to be an issue. He added, my intentions when saying it were complimentary, just like the entire segment, but a lot of folks are saying it certainly wasn't at all. That's 100% on me, and for that, I apologize. You know, I don't know if he's on the air yet today, but if he is, I hope there's not like a groveling I'm sorry segment. I really do. I hope that he doesn't have to do that today. You know? I hope that it's just, all right, we get it. Pat McAfee said white bitch, and he's sorry he put that out there and into the universe or whatever the kids say. It's fine. Let's move on. That would be nice. We also have, holy shit, are we beating Bubba? Fucking hell, Steel Toe's beating Bubba the Love Sponge by like 100 viewers. That never happens. Wow. Hey. I mean, if you count Rumble, we're beating him by like 400, but just YouTube alone. Some Soper says, I'm sure he means it. Says, again, replace it with black bitch. All right, look. You are right. That's, you know what? That's a great fucking point by Some Soper over on Rumble. That's fair. Yeah, if he would have said, oh yeah, there's that black bitch up there. Yeah, he would have gotten in a fuckload of trouble for that one. You are right. At some point, maybe we should stop accepting casual white hate, even from other whites. I don't think he meant it in a hateful way. I believe him that he meant it as a compliment. Like, hey, there's one white bitch up there. God damn, but that's a tough. Some Soapers kind of got me in a corner on that one. Chris Benoit with $5 says, Red Bar said it was April under the desk giving Nick head and he was not masturbating. You know what? They'd both have to be super fucked up. And also that desk, like the way the wires and like I've broadcast in that desk. That's that would be hard to do without hearing. Like you'd have to clang shit and knock it over and there's I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, look, that's fucking disgusting if that's the case. I mean, that would be a little like that's white trash as fuck. If that is the case, that's kind of a oh god, like look, oh this is fucking pathetic. Like that's kind of like a meth head thing to do. So I'm going to go ahead and say that was not the case. Red Bar can have his opinions. I know the Keno Casino guys have their opinions, but I don't know. I don't think so, Chris Benoit. But you can also understand why I'm saying I don't think so. So I might not be. I'm not unbiased, so to speak. Bigot on Socialist Media says, in no way did I think his comments about her were negative. Labglass says, white, black, yellow, bitches be shopping. Oh, that's, you know what? That's true. That's what we should all settle around. No matter what, the bitches do be shopping. Boys and girls, we are $180 away from today's goal. You guys are back on track. Thank you very much. All the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo links are pinned to the top of the chat if you want to click one of those and throw us a few bucks, or just throw us some super chats and some Rumble rants. We'll get that 180 down under 100 by 9 o'clock, and we'll have another successful day here on Steel Toe. All right, let's talk about Tiffany Henyard. She's I love this chick. I really, like, in a way, I'm rooting for her. Because the people of this Dothan Township or wherever she's in charge of, watch me try to fix my mic live on the air and fail fucking miserably and look like a complete asshole doing it. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Might not look like an asshole quite yet. Come on, screwing it in. There we go. That's what got me in trouble last time. Maybe just leave it alone. You don't need to go screwing it in there, buddy. At any rate, this Tiffany Henyard is crooked as shit. But you got to remember, the people of, is it Dolton? Dolton, not Dothan. The people of Dolton picked her. Like, they wanted her. They thought she was the shit. Tiffany Henyard has never pretended she wasn't a scumbag. Like, if you watch her campaign shit, you watch her walking around with all the off-duty cops that she's paying out of the city taxpayers' coffers, she's always done this shit. We just learned about it nationwide recently. I think the people of Dolton think she's kind of baller. if I'm being honest, because she never hid the fact that she like gave money to her charity from the city, that she paid all these cops from the city, that she took all these trips from the city. So, I mean, this is kind of getting what you voted for. So I kind of want her to beat all this, and I want her to continue to run this city, and I want these people to have to live through what they picked. You know, sometimes the cool candidate isn't always the cool candidate. Well, there was a meeting between Mayor Tiffany Henyard and Lori Lightfoot. You remember Lori Lightfoot from such films as Fucking Up Chicago to a retarded degree. And now Lori Lightfoot is the person investigating Tiffany Henyard for the state of Illinois. Let's go ahead and watch this. If you don't know about Tiffany Dalton, she has a habit of canceling meetings at the last minute when they're about to hold her accountable for shit. She's really antagonistic towards her critics, and she sometimes uses a gold microphone at her meetings. Here we go.
Most chaotic meetings in Dalton that we've seen yet. Police had to stop it from getting physical.
Let's get right to political reporter Paris Schutz and the showdown between Lori Lightfoot and Dalton Mayor Tiffany Henyard. Paris.
Dawn and Scott, that showdown is continuing outside of Dalton.
Oh, my God. You can still hear people yelling and screaming outside the City Hall building. Like, there's still people fucking screaming at each other. Oh, man. Dalton, Illinois, as the kids say, sounds lit. I want to go to Dalton. Check it out. Take a vacation this year down to Dalton and just go for a city council meeting.
Village Hall trustees voted 4-2 to override Mayor Henyard's veto and reinstate Mayor Lori Lightfoot's investigation into Henyard's spending into that 2023 trip to Las Vegas. And as you
okay, so let's let that marinate for a second. Tiffany Henyard vetoed Lori Lightfoot investigating her. She said, "This bitch ain't investigating me. Fuck that noise." So the city council can override her veto on a 2-to-1 majority. And that's what they did. They outvoted her 4-2. So like it was 66%. So it overturns the veto. But remember, 2 people voted yes. Voted no. That no, we don't need to investigate this chick. So like this woman still has supporters. And in the city, this woman still has supporters. So like in the face of all this corrupt, disgusting, evil shit that she's doing, people still like her. I want to see her beat this. I want to see her continue, and I want this city to have to live through what they've chosen.
mentioned, soon after that vote, things just broke down into utter chaos. Multiple sides shouting obscenities at each other. Cops had to step in and break it up. This is right after Henyard and her allies tried to block Lightfoot from getting up and making some brief remarks. Eventually, Lightfoot got her mic turned on, and here's a little bit of what she had.
So look at it. Tiffany Henyard has a golden microphone. What a bitch. Or as Pat Macafee would call her, a black... Well, no, I don't think he would call her that. But she has a golden microphone, tells you what she thinks of herself. And then her and her allies tried to block Lori Lightfoot from speaking like it's fucking Napoleon, trying to march on the assembly. They're like, no, outlaw her, outlaw her. She's like, if I thought Lori Lightfoot was here to take over the city, I would run her through. And they're like, let her speak. And oh my God. Like, this is a disaster wrapped in a nightmare, and I'm fucking here for it, and I want to see it keep going. I'm worried that Lori Lightfoot keeps investigating, and the FBI keeps investigating. The dragnet kind of surrounds this Tiffany Henyard. We're going to stop getting gold.
To say.
What I would say is that it's an honor to be working on behalf of the residents of Dalton. We have not arrested one of them.
You was once a mayor, too. You should not even be disrespectful like that.
Was that Henyard? So while Lori Lightfoot's like, I'm happy to be working for the people of Dalton and I'm happy to be here, she's like, yo, you a man too. You shouldn't even be disrespectful like that. Is that what it is? Because she's investigating you for corruption and wrongdoing. It's not like she's making a diss track. Yo, you a man too. You shouldn't even be disrespectful like that. It's like, honey, I was the mayor of Chicago. I know fucking corruption when I see it. Believe me.
Clear the room, guys. This means adjourn. Everybody out.
So 2 hours.
Was that Henyard too? Was that her like, yeah, if y'all launch into like riots and shit and start beating the shit out of each other, we can't have a meeting. This works out all right. She's like hiring agitators to come in and she's paying them with city money. By the way, this guy maybe might want to stay far away from the fray. He just, like, I don't look right.
Of absolute contention here, lots of residents voicing their concerns. Earlier today, Mayor Henyard had the block in front of Village Hall cordoned off, making it very difficult for folks to get here, especially if you were senior or disabled. So Lightfoot's...
This is fucking great. Like, at every step, Tiffany Henyard is a complete piece of shit. She's the perfect supervillain. I don't want to lose her. What would I do without her? I don't want to lose Tiffany Henyard. She's the biggest piece of shit ever, and she's just so brazen about it. Oh, they're going to have somebody investigate me. I'm vetoing that. Oh, they overturned the veto? We're going to raise hell at the meeting, and I'm going to block off, I'm going to block off the way to get into the building. Like, it's going to get to the point where they're going to vote on removing her from office, and she's just going to lock the doors and just not let anybody in.
Investigation, at least according to trustees, is back on now. It's going to focus into Henyard's spending of village resources as well as that 2023 trip to Las Vegas. And Henyard doesn't believe the investigation is legal.
Look at that person's shirt. Y'all going to jail. I like that. There's a whole like little economy in Dalton just around Mayor Henyard. She's the best. She's a brand in that town. She's got to be fucked though, right? Like you gotta throw her in fucking prison. Like she's the dirtiest of the dirty. Yeah, if you're this corrupt in Illinois, there's only two places you can go: prison or mayor of Chicago. That's it.
Now residents.
And by the way, I love that Lori Lightfoot's the lawyer in this and the investigator, because who better to spot corruption than a former mayor of Chicago? They know it when they see it.
Lined up hours before the meeting. They got in, they packed the village hall, and they let their feelings about Mayor Henyard be known.
Yeah, you're not going to understand until they put those cuffs on you. You're not going to understand it. You don't care. But, baby, they on to you. It is a shame.
I love this. See, like, do you want this to go away? I want all of these meetings televised on fucking pay-per-view. I'd pay a YouTube members only fee to get these city council meetings. Are you kidding?
That we, the public, can't ask you anything about the BMWs, the Range Rovers, all of that. It's like you're keeping all of that hidden from the taxpayers, and we pay for those.
Yes, and to quote Jim Carrey in Liar Liar, because it's devastating to my case. That's why she's hiding it. Why are you hiding all those Range Rovers? Because you guys are going to be fucking pissed when you find out I bought like 3 cars and 2 vacations on your dime. It's going to make you mad.
The taxpayers, and we pay for those. You guys are following fiction, a made-up story. It is a smear campaign going on right now. People are using...
So she's saying it's a smear campaign. None of it's true. It's all bullshit. I mean, might as well, right? Ride that lie all the way into the ground. Do it until they figure you out. Remember, it's not enough to know. What did Alonzo say in Training Day? It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. We can know that Lori Lightfoot was a corrupt piece of shit this entire time. It's another thing to be able to prove it. I mean, it's not like they took 26 ounces of coke or 26 grams of coke from her house or anything.
So as you can see right outside Dalton Village Hall here on MLK Drive in the village of Dalton, residents still fuming, still voicing their concerns to police officers. Police officers had to keep the peace as the meeting erupted into chaos. But the news...
Hey, this time they actually earned their overtime that they got from the city. It wasn't helping the mayor hand out bottles of water. They actually had to work.
This meeting, trustees vote 4-2 against Mayor Henyard. They reinstate Lightfoot's investigation into things that the FBI is also probing right now. A lot of things happening here in Dalton, and Don and Scott will continue to follow it in the days to come, but now we...
All right. Well, thank you, buddy. I mean, I don't know about you. I don't want it to end. She's fucking great. I mean, would I like it if it was in my city? Oh, absolutely not. I'd be humiliated and embarrassed. It would be fucking terrible. But it ain't happening to me, so fuck it. I'm fine with it. I want to watch this shit. I mean, at the end of the movie, I would like to see her go down in flames, but until then, let's enjoy the show. Christy Evans with $4.99 says, new fan, digging the show, brother. Been a long time since I've had a morning show to listen to. Covering disco to Fauci. Love it. P.S. Sell the ring. I don't know if it's really worth that much, but thank you for the suggestion. Right now, $20 is the highest super chat on what to do with the rings, and it's what to do with my wedding ring. And it's putting it in a firework mortar launcher and launching it. Some Soper says, I vacillate between it's all hopeless and it could be worse. I think it's both. Like the corruption and all this shit. I think it's a little of column A, a little of column B. I think it's all hopeless. I don't think any of these people are going to change and do better. But I also think they could do a lot worse than what they're doing. By the way, we are $175 away from today's goal. Why don't you throw a couple of bucks into the PayPal, the Streamlabs, the Super Chats, whatever. Keep throwing a few bucks in there. We'll get that knocked out, and we'll do a half hour of overtime today. We've got a lot of good stuff still to come. We've got the Tiffany Henyard stuff over with. Now we got to move into the Alex Jones stuff. And by the way, if you're a new fan of the show, thank you very much. Over 1,000 of you checking out Steel Toe right now, and that means a lot. Hit like, hit subscribe. We appreciate every dime that you guys throw at this show. We also appreciate every like, every subscription. Again, thank you very, very much. This is I can't decide if this is getting worse or getting better. I will say this. Anything that's like sinus pressure or anything else, just it makes you tired because there's that feeling of heaviness right in your face. Like something's on your face, not in a good way, but like something's just on your eyes and it's on your cheeks and it's just right there and it won't fucking stop. I hate it. I despise it. At any rate, let's knock out. Where are we at? What are we at? 175? 175 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, etc. All right, let's go to the Alex Jones update. So you remember Alex Jones on Sunday, was saying that the government's trying to shut down InfoWars. They're trying to come into his studio. They're trying to get rid of everything that you know, he's targeted. He's targeted for destruction, basically. It turns out that wasn't the whole truth. The whole truth is the parents of the Sandy Hook victims are trying to get his studio shut down. They're saying that because he owes them like $1 billion or whatever it is, that they can seize his assets. And they want to seize the InfoWars assets to make up whatever payment he can make up for this judgment. Now, I don't know. If I'm the family, I kind of want InfoWars to keep going. I want InfoWars to stay on the air. I want it to make money. And then every time it makes money, I can have my fingers in the pocket, you know, every time a buck comes in. That's what I would be wanting if I were the Sandy Hook families. But again, I think this is, no offense, how do I put this? I think this is an inside job by the government. I think the government definitely has advised and encouraged the Sandy Hook families to fuck Jones over as hard as they can. And then they're kind of, and this is just my theory, but they're kind of masking it to make it like, oh, no, it's just, you know, we care about these people and, you know, we want to see justice done and we want to see, you know, all the right things done. I think this is them going like, hey, you know, you could just go shut him down and take all of his shit and you could, you know, you take all of his money until it's all gone and then you'll have a decent amount. Their goal is to destroy Alex Jones. They want him fucking gone. He's a headache. He's a pain in the ass. I think the families just want their money and they're willing to listen to anyone who they think will get it to them. This is the announcement from Alex Jones that InfoWars could be shut down soon. And then we'll give you the update on that in just a little bit. Let's hit, there it is. Let's hit play on this one. Oh, we got a little bit of a commercial yet. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, etc. if you'd like to contribute.
And I don't just say that. Like, I think of the crew as like me. Like, that's my arm. It's like, well, this guy, I love this guy. I love this girl.
Like decommissioning the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, it's like,
I mean, do we have to be that gay about it? Like decommissioning the Millennium Falcon? Jesus.
Oh, yeah, it's mine. That's mine.
But they get the Millennium Falcon back eventually, Alex.
I'm so pissed off. I'm trying to cry as a fake thing, man. I'm so sick of these people. All we're trying to do is save America, and they're f***ing us over and over again. And it's just so sick. It's sick. It's sick. And I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave because it's going to be over, folks. And I'll come back bigger than ever, but it's like my baby, and I'm watching them rip it because they're
Jesus.
Assholes.
I get his frustration. I understand it. And there is that really awkward, Gino and I talked about this. Like, because this has happened to me on live streams and stuff when I talk about either my divorce or the arrests or anything like that. There is that kind of thing where you're upset, you're mad, you feel, all kinds of emotions, and your body feels like it wants to cry. And it just kind of comes out as being choked up, and people go, oh, he's fake crying, he's fake crying. It's real tears. It's real emotion that Alex is feeling, but sometimes you're just so overwhelmed that, like, crying isn't even an option at that point. Buddy East Coast, holy shit, thank you for the $100, buddy. Wow. That is fucking awesome, pal. $100, we take 70 of that home. That means we are 105 away from today. We've got 15 minutes until the top of the hour. We said, hey, can we get under $100 by 9 o'clock? Looks like we're on our way. Thank you, Buddy East Coast, with a big red boy, a big red man drop with $100. Thank you so much for your generosity. And 105 is the number. I tell you what, a couple more contributions. We're under 100 before 9 o'clock. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, all the links are in the chat, and the new number is now $105. And thank you to everyone who's subscribing to the channel. Very nice. Of course, Neutralized, the latest to subscribe. Hit like, hit subscribe. Very much appreciated. It does say on my Streamlabs 2 of those from Buddy East Coast, but I'm only seeing 1. Oh, there's the other one. Holy shit. Look at that. Wow. Buddy East Coast with 2 $100 contributions, and that's going to put us at $35 away from today's overtime goal. Holy shit, Buddy East Coast. Thank you so much for being a fan of this program and a massive supporter of this program. Jesus fucking Christ. Woo! I don't know what to say, bud, other than super thanks. Super thanks for the super chat, my man. 35 away from knocking it out today. And by the way, P-Dog, thank you for having me open Streamlabs, but now that I have Streamlabs open, it's kind of fucking me up a little bit because now it says that Buddy's thrown 3 of them in there, and I'm only seeing 2. And you know me, I like to give people credit. I don't like to miss anybody. It says Buddy's thrown 3 red men. We'll call them Redskins. He's thrown us 3 Redskins. It says on Streamlabs, but there's only 2 that have shown up in the YouTube. So we'll keep an eye on that. Thank you very much, buddy. We're only $35 away from today's goal and 30 minutes of overtime. So you guys are way the fuck ahead today. Hey, I have an idea. Somebody just get really retarded. Click the PayPal link. Throw in the last 35. Let's call it a dub. What do you say? We got some breaking news for you guys. This is an exclusive. This just came up in the Daily Mail. Joe Biden, a 2018 voicemail where he's telling Hunter to get some help after lying about his drug addiction on a firearms form. Now, I don't know a lot about different states and owning firearms. Oh, thank you, buddy East Coast, with another $50. Holy fuck. Guys, that's it for today. We've knocked it all out. Every goal has been eclipsed. It's been taken care of. Thank you very much, buddy, for your $250. Holy shit. All right. Anything you guys throw on from here on out, that's extra. That goes towards tonight. So thank you for your generosity. We got, an hour and 15 minutes before time was even up. And we've got it all knocked out. Thank you, buddy East Coast. Now, J. Brock Contrarian says, time to pack it in now. No, we're still going to do a good show today. We got plenty of stuff to talk about. How dare you? J. Bra says, I can make Aaron cry. Watch this. Hey, Aaron, Golden Corral is shutting down. What? You know what I really hate? And Keanu did this last Thursday on the show, where she said that I like the ranch fountain at Golden Corral. Now nobody's going to believe me when I say this. I've never been to a fucking Golden Corral in my life. And now we've got a rumor going around that not only do I like Golden Corral, but I cry when they're closed and I love the ranch fountain. I can't control the rumors. Honky with $5 says, this February, there was an episode where April found out she was chosen to be Kiki's bridesmaid and started crying. In hindsight, would you call those tears of joy or tears of impending disappointment coming Kiki's way? April was. Was it February? That was kind of just when April and I were fighting about drugs more. And, well, I would fight about drugs. She would turn the argument into something else. It's so fucking hard when you get into disco, because if you're not on it and you talk to someone else who is, you're going to say, this is my problem. And their brain isn't working the same way your brain is working. So you got no chance to communicate with each other. So my thing would be, I don't like this. And instead of talking about that, it would turn into a things we don't like about each other thing. And that would all come back at me. And then that would be a big fight. And there was no way of untangling the cords. It was just too tight. And it didn't work out. But when we got invited to do Gino and Keanu's wedding, I remember April and I still being really good. People are like, oh, that disco lifestyle you guys were doing, that it probably just breaks everything up right away. No, it was actually really good for a while. And look, I'm not going to explain it because it's all fucking insane and crazy and whatever. I don't even, the person I was, Jesus fucking Christ. But her and I were in really good shape then. We were really happy and really excited to go to that wedding. But I remember at one point April telling me, because I would tell Kayla about the wedding and how excited I was to be Gino's groomsman. She would tell Nick about it, and she would be like, I think Nick's kind of sad that he can't go to the wedding. And I remember that being a red flag for me because I was like, well, who gives a fuck? It's a you and me thing. It's like, yeah, we've got our, other people, whatever, but like it's a you and me thing, and that's going to be a great time. That's going to be a lot of fun. She's like, maybe they'll be able to like come with us. Maybe they won't be able to go to the wedding. Maybe they can come with in some way. I'm like, can this just be a you and me thing? And that wasn't a fight. That wasn't like a problem that we had. But like, I remember you're talking about the episode where April found out that she was going to be Kiki's bridesmaid. Honky, thank you for the $5, by the way. That was a really good time. That was a really fun time for us. But yeah, there were some weird red flags in that whole thing. You are right. But, the fuck do you do, right? Gratitude versus resentment, onward and upward. Carlos Cameo with $4.99 says there's not even a Golden Corral in St. Cloud. You fuckers had Bonanza. Golden Corral would be considered fine dining over there. I wish I could tell him he was wrong. I mean, a Golden Corral here. You know what the worst part is? A Golden Corral in Minnesota would do really fucking well. It would. It would do. A Golden Corral in St. Cloud, Minnesota would do really well. J. Brock Contrarian says April fell in love with Nick. Well, I've talked about this before. Everybody fell in love with each other. Like it was the strangest fucking time, man. It really was. That sniffle was from my sinuses, by the way. How fucking dare you? I think when you do disco, I think you find out what cracks there are. And then those cracks get bigger with your partner because you've got somebody else that you can just choose to go to instead. And so instead of working out any shit, you just go, well, I feel better when I'm over here, so let's do that. It's terrible. It's going to destroy everything you hold dear and sacred. Or it's going to expose the problems that were already there. Mr. Approachable with $5 says, depending on what your ring is made out of, you can give it to me. I'll put it in my forge and make it into something like a tiny spoon or something. You're not making my wedding ring into a fucking Coke bump spoon. No. I fucking forbid it. Thank you very much. Oh. I'm just looking at comments I can't read. That's all. King of all Yetis, it changed a lot in 6 or 7 weeks. That's all I can say. That was not, I didn't recognize that person. That's how I'll answer your comment there, as it were. All right, let's get into this. Let's get into this breaking news. Joe Biden in a voicemail telling Hunter Biden to get some help. Ooh, this is interesting. The problem is this isn't like anything you can get Joe Biden on. And not only that, we're 5 months away from the election. Am I the only one who doesn't want them to replace Joe Biden? Because I'm worried they'll replace him with someone who's like moderately likable and might beat Trump and doesn't have the baggage that Joe Biden does. I want them to stick with Biden because I want him out of there. The only way we can get a better president in there is if Joe Biden sticks around because we'll just get the other guy, which looks like it's going to be Trump. But let's take a listen to this, and let's.
Hey, it's Dad again. I'm down at Newport News, Virginia. It's about 4 o'clock. Just call and check. Just text me or something to let me know you're okay. Okay? I love you. It's Dad. I called to tell you I love you. I love you more than the whole world, pal. I gotta get some help. I don't know what to do. I know you don't either, but I'm here no matter what you need. No matter what you need, I love you.
Ooh. I may be a bitch, but like I do feel for Joe Biden in those moments, like the addict shit, because I've gone through it now. Multiple people. And, you know, I've said those words that Joe Biden has said. And it sucks. Like, I feel for him as a father. I really do. Like, I can dislike him as a president. I can think he sucks ass as a president, think he's terrible, whatever. But, like, that's got to fucking suck, watching your son get into crack and, you know, hooker. Well, the hooker part, I'm sure Hunter's not complaining about. But, like, just watching him become kind of a fuck-up. But then again, he's a giant fuck-up. I feel bad for Joe Biden. I have to check that impulse, though, because Joe also did use him to curry favor for all of his crooked business deals. So if you really gave a flying fuck about Hunter Biden and his health, you'd pull him away from Burisma. You'd pull him away from all these companies that he was not fit to be on the board of, and you would get him that help. Now, I understand that getting addicts help is not going to get them better. They have to want the help. I get that part. Like, you can shove someone into a rehab. It doesn't mean they're going to get better. That's like my old disco partners who say the same thing. You can get sentenced to rehab. I don't know how much a sentence to rehab thing works, to be honest with you. I don't, the old saying, they have to want it. So I don't know how much Joe Biden putting his son in somewhere to get help would help him, but I know that having him run all the Burisma deals and having him run all of that shit is not going to be helpful to his long-term sobriety. So I don't know what the solution there is, but I know that having him run all of his crooked enterprises is not the way to care for your child, is not the way to get him the help he needs when it comes to all the problems that you think he has. So in a weird way, this is almost worse for Joe Biden because Joe knew that Hunter had these problems, that he had these addictions. And he goes, you got to get help, buddy. But yet he still let him run these, what a lot of us believe are scams. So it's odd. $10 over on PayPal. They say this is from Danny Crook, who says, I'm just doing a bit in the chat. I'm actually a huge fan of the show. I love you. Wow. Danny Crook, thank you very much for the $10. Wow. That means a lot, buddy, because that Danny Crook guy, now I only look at the super chats and all that since, the show's been growing and we can kind of organize it that way, and I appreciate you guys chiming in like that. But that Danny Crook fella, he's always been, like before the show when I'm hanging out in the chat, he always hates my fucking guts. He thinks I'm terrible. So for him to give me $10 and say that it's all a bit, I mean, I got to say, thank you very much, Danny Crook. Hey, don't delete Danny Crook's fucking messages. He says, okay, that's actually hilarious. Props. Leave him alone. I actually went into the chat to fucking read that one. Michael B., leave him alone. Jesus Christ. That was what's his name? That was Danny Crook actually saying that he's a big fan, that he thought that was hilarious. Leave the guy alone. Some people have been telling me that. They've been saying, like, the mods are out of control. You got to keep an eye on the mods. Guys, we said since April left, we can be a little more lenient. The only thing that I want the mods to do, and I think even people who hate my guts can agree with this one, is if someone's in the chat spamming shit, then if you're in the chat spamming shit and being an asshole, then yeah, we'll get rid of them because they're just being a distraction. But if they're just like once in a while going, you fucking suck, you're terrible, why not? Leave them there. Leave them. Let's go ahead. You know what? Here's the deal. When we hit the goal, we'll go back into the regular chat. We'll hang out with you guys a little bit. We have a lot of stuff to talk about. We got to open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. But I know some of you really enjoy when we come in and hang out with you guys. We got a story about Louisiana approving surgical castration for child molesters. That's kind of nice to see, whereas like a lot of the country is approving cutting off like kid dicks because they want to play with trucks instead of dresses, or I guess the other way around. There's some states that are like, if you touch a kid, we'll cut your pecker off. That's pretty good. Also, Twitter or X, I still call it Twitter. I can't do the X thing yet. Unless it's a wife. Am I right, everybody? But they're allowing porn now on the platform. I always thought that porn was allowed on X already. I didn't know that X stopped allowing porn. Oh, fuck me. Shows you what I know. Let's go hang out in the chat for a little bit, and then we've got a lot of stuff. We've also got Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith kind of had an old school take on the WNBA, like it was kind of a dude take where he's like, who gives a fuck about the WNBA? But then some lady he's working with on his show on ESPN is like, Stephen A., I can't believe you would say that. And now all the media is going, oh, look at, yeah, I love that girl. Yeah, Stephen A. gets put in his place about the WNBA. But like even with Caitlin Clark, between you, me, and a fence post, who gives a fuck about the WNBA? Who cares? Arizona Mesa Tom says, I think it was 75 away from the goal, but I'm not sure if that was before he got the 100. Yeah, that was before. So we took 70 out of the 100. That dropped it down to No, I'm sorry. Sid came in with the 30. And then what is it? Buddy East Coast came in with the 50 when it was at 35, and that dropped it to 0. And then I think we're $10 over from there, thanks to everybody else. Thank you, guys. Hulkamasha Baby says, nah, fuck you, Mod Revolt. What, you're Kevin Brennan? You only read Super Chats now? I read them until we hit the goal, then we go back in and, see what you guys are talking about. How's that? Blessed Mom from Texas says Nick cannot get clean without help. The withdrawals from alcohol can kill him. Just saying. I don't know, man. I don't know enough about alcohol addiction. I don't know enough about, withdrawals and all that shit. I'm fucking lucky that I've never gotten addicted to anything in my life. And I don't even want to hear the fucking Golden Corral and Ranch Fountain jokes. You shut your goddamn mouth. I'm very lucky that I've never had to deal with that ever in my life. However, I have heard from multiple people, mental health professionals, medical professionals, that an addict, it's next to impossible for an addict to get clean themselves. It's even harder. It multiplies how difficult it is when it's multiple addicts trying to get each other clean. So, look, man, I don't want anybody losing their kids. But people need to take responsibility. People need to they need to acknowledge what they did, work with the proper authorities to get their children back. That should be number one, and that starts with taking responsibility. Kiki's disco wedding with $2 says, I'm here for the disco. God, Keanu got fucking mad at us yesterday for calling my activities of the last 6 months disco, kind of as the shorthand term for it, because apparently she's got a bunch of disco balls that she ordered for her wedding. Yikes. That, I'm sorry, sucks a dick. Blessed Mom from Texas says, yep, true story. I was addicted to pain meds, Aaron. It's no joke. Yes, yeah, again, I don't know. Arbiat Matt Fry, that's a great fucking name, by the way. He writes, you got addicted to marriage. Crumb, oh, God. Now the audience in the chat is listing the things I'm addicted to. This is going to go well. Crumb says, you're addicted to being a douche on YouTube. Uh-oh. I might have stumbled into something. Byron says, is April the first partner that you've cucked? I mean, I cheated on my first wife. It's not good. It's not good, but I'm being honest with you. I had an affair on that one. That was, so I'm a dirty boy. I'm a bad boy. I'm a bad boy, and I need to get better. Some people have said in the past, they're like, well, maybe you have a little bit of a sex addiction. I said, I don't know. I feel like I'm kicking it now. I feel like I'm maybe getting better now. You ain't getting my money says, this is the kettle calling the pot black, though. I just want to see the addiction stuff that people are saying I'm addicted to. Keanu Thompson says, laugh it up, truffle pig. Fuck. Oh. Addicted to sparring the elderly, says TVA Dan. My sparring is done with people much younger than me. Well, not much younger than me, but younger than me, 20s and 30s. I'm in my I'm going to call 37 mid-30s. 38 and 39 are late 30s. 37, 34, no, 34, 35, and 36 is mid. I'm in my late 30s. Fuck, it's over for me. Beef Supreme says, maybe you should stop trying to coin the phrase disco for your weak-ass month of dabbling. Hey, I looked through my pictures last night. It was way more than that. Keith Miller says, I'm an alcoholic. My body shakes in the morning until I have a drink. Alcoholism is no joke. Yeah, Nick gets that. Nick has really bad, handshakes and shit. It's really, really bad. That's unfortunate. You just hope people get better. Again, you weren't addicted to that. All right. There's some of these I fucking can't read because I'll just start blabbing and mouthing off. Let's take a look. I wasn't rejected, Thomas White. I found my screenshots from my text. I got fucking screamed at when I said I'm done. Oh my God. Did I get a fucking talking to when I said, yeah, I think I'm done dancing disco. 37, 38, and 39 are late 30s, says Francisco. Oh boy. No, Francisco, to answer your question, never once. Never once, unfortunately. Goddamn. Dr. Chow says the only healthy addiction is being addicted to Matt. He's a matador. I got a feeling that there's going to be more and more matadors as Steel Toe continues to grow from this point. I think there's going to be more and more matadors. I mean, what? We were at like 375, 400 at our peak, and now we're at 800 at our peak. So we've more than doubled our numbers, which is great as we get back to normal. You go Rumble and YouTube together, we're in the thousands most of the day. I appreciate that, guys. You guys are great. Hit like, hit subscribe. We appreciate it. I know there's a few people in the chat who are very upset. They're very mad. They're like, it's not growing. It's not growing. I mean, from where we started this whole thing to where we are now, yeah, it's about twice as much. I know that upsets you, but there's nothing I can do. I can only state the numbers. Yeah, but what about when it first happened? Well, when it first happened doesn't fucking count. Nobody's there for me. They just want to hear some stories about it. You think I'm fucking retarded? Jesus. That was never real. That's it. That's the bump. That's just you hit the bump, which is nice. And the bump naturally is going to go back down, which it is, but we've held on to a lot more people than I thought we would from that bump. I think we peaked out in the 800s today. It's awesome. Thank you. And then plus Rumble about 1,200. You guys are great. Thank you. Let's talk about this Louisiana story. We got about an hour 20 left. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do one thing real quick, and then we'll get to the Louisiana story where they're going to start cutting people's dicks off. You know, America isn't against cutting people's dicks off. They just want the right people's dicks getting cut off. And that's an important distinction. They don't want, like, child dicks cut off because a boy would rather dance than play football. That seems a little hasty to most Americans, myself included. But if you want to cut a guy's dick off because he's diddling kids, we're totally cool with that one, and myself included. Let's do something real quick here before we continue on with the program. I just want to address something real quick before things get out of hand on this show.
Oh, what's up, Truffle Pig?
I just want to say thank you for greeting me that way, because that was the reason I'm calling. What if the phrase truffle pig like really hurt my feelings and I saw it as body shaming?
I don't give a fuck.
Why? Why would you say something like that?
I swear to God, I turned on your program, I don't know, 20 minutes ago. The first word I heard was disco. The first word.
You turned it off 21 minutes ago.
I did.
I get it.
See what I did there?
But, Keanu, I apologize. It's not my fault. The disco thing caught on.
No.
The
Just
disco
live
thing,
your life. Go ahead. It's fine.
The disco thing caught on. I can't.
No. Yeah, what? Okay, it's the one cool thing you've ever said? Great.
Well, but I mean, like when I say disco, I'm not trying to hurt anybody. When you say truffle pig, that you're aiming to wound.
I apologize, Aaron.
You fucking pussy! This was a test. This was a test, and you fucking failed. Stand up for yourself. Have some goddamn dignity. I ruined your fucking wedding by calling swinging and cocaine use disco, and you couldn't even stand by a truffle pig comeback. Grow some balls, Thompson.
I'm too nice.
You
Aaron.
are too nice.
You're addicted to truffles and ruining people's lives.
Keanu, I'm afraid I have some terrible news.
Oh no, you have to call off my wedding because you ruined it with your awfulness.
Keanu, I have some terrible news. I have to call off the wedding.
Oh no, why is that, Aaron?
Yeah. There's just too much talk of disco. It's too triggering. So
Okay.
I'm.
Hey, you don't have to call off my wedding. That's not how it works. You could just opt out of my wedding, but no, that's fine.
It's not as easy as it looks on TV, is it, kid?
Oh man, who's this bitch who be catching feelings? You know what? Gino would have loved the meeting I went to on Sunday because we had a heavy discussion about gratitude versus resentment. I've been talking about it this week on the show about how gratitude.
That's funny because Gino is grateful for you, and I resent you.
Oh, sorry, your least favorite of your new friends stayed clean. Anyway, sometimes your horse doesn't win the race. I'm sorry. But gratitude, Gino would love this. Keanu, I'm sorry, I'm talking past you now. It's gratitude was looking forward at where you're going, and resentment was looking back in bitterness with where you've been. If you choose the road of gratitude, it will ultimately lead to a healthier life.
So I should be grateful that you ruined my wedding.
I don't know if I ruined it. Let's just say I gave it a funny, ironic twist.
I'm just teasing, Aaron, obviously.
Well, if you'll excuse me, Keanu, I have to get back in the dirt and search for truffles.
Well, you'll find them, piggy.
Bye,
See you Thursday.
Bye, you two. Go back to bed.
We will.
All right. Gino and Keanu. You see, I'm a truffle pig because I'm fat with a snout. General Legion says Aaron can be self-deprecating. That's a good trait to have. I do. I'm very self-deprecating. You can't take the L's that I've had to take over the last few months and sit there and go, I'm the fucking king of the world. No, it's been a goddamn fucking nightmare is what it's been. And you know what I'm doing? I'm having a sense of humor and making the best of it. No, I'm just kidding. It's so much fun being called a cuck all the time. You ever get every time you log on to Twitter or anything, there's someone saying you're a fucking failure of a husband and a cuck, and you're like, all right, well, you know. And the only defense you can have is you're like, well, I cucked other people, you know. It's like it doesn't work. It's not a defense you can use. You just have to kind of go, oh, look, you know, we all make mistakes and we move forward in life, right? Yeah, you ain't getting my money says, another win for the toe. Is that a Melton thing? Because I'm stealing it. I'm stealing that one and owning it. That's what I'm doing. I would say this to Baranj. Imagine being cucked by me. That's fucking terrible. Oh, my God, that's awful. But yes, if that's if the another win for the toe thing is a Melton deal, can somebody, you know what, Egg Picker might be able to do this for me. Could somebody email me a clip of Melton or somebody else saying another win for the toe? I want to put it on the soundboard so every time we either get a super chat or hit the goal, we can play another win for the toe. I'd like to own that. I'd like to steal that one and own it. I think it's pretty funny, if possible. That's the other thing about being self-deprecating. If you're self-deprecating, nobody can fuck with you because it's no fun. They go, oh, this guy's this. And you go, shucks, well, I guess I'm guilty. They're like, it's like arguing with someone about politics. If you decide you're not going to take politics seriously, it's the best thing you can do. Oh, Piffy Puff says it's a Tukey thing. Okay, get me a clip of Tukey saying another win for the toe. I'm taking it. It's mine. It's already making people mad in the chat. They're saying you created it by being completely delusional. It's public domain now. No. It's mine now. I get it. I get to own it. People don't like it when you do that. But anyway, I'm going to take that one. Somebody find a clip of that, send it over to me, and I'm going to use it. It's mine now. I own it. Louisiana lawmakers approve a bill allowing surgery. By the way, those of you who don't like me, I have to say, I know you're used to other shows. We love you here. We think you're the fucking tits. We think you guys are great. We think you guys are fun research creatures for our lab. It's nice. Surgical castration for child predators. I saw this yesterday, and like I said a little bit ago, it is a weird juxtaposition to where this country's at right now, because on one hand, you have some states that are like, if a boy plays with dresses, let's cut his dick off for him. And then you have other states who are like, that's fucking nonsense. If a guy smells a kid's hair, let's cut his dick off. Like, we're a country that agrees on cutting dicks off. We've agreed on the what. We just haven't agreed on the who yet. Typically, the people who want to cut the dicks off of people who diddle kids are not big fans of the cutting kids' dicks off. And vice versa, the people who are for cutting off the kids' dicks typically aren't for cutting off the dicks of the people who touch kids. So to me, there's a right side of that line to be on, and there's a wrong side of that line to be on. I think cutting the dicks off the kid touchers is the better side of the line to be on. Now, you could be what we call a Tim Pool quartering fence walker and say nobody should get their dick cut off. But what kind of world is that to live in? Somebody's got to lose their dick for something. I mean, it just kind of keeps people in line. Louisiana lawmakers have put their support behind a bill that would see convicted pedophiles and child molesters being ordered to undergo surgical castration. Not chemical. Now, there's a chemical castration where you like either get a shot or they turn something off that kills your sex drive, kills your wantingness to have sex or like even get a boner or whatever. There's chemical castration. That's not the fun one. This is surgical castration. This is where they go, we're just taking your shit. You're done. No more dick and balls for you. God gave you a toy. You played with it wrong. Now we're taking it back. The bill received final approval from lawmakers yesterday and is heading to the desk of Governor Jeff Landry, who will make the final decision on whether or not it becomes a law. I'm going to hope he signs off on it, right? He's got to. In case you missed it, the proposed law would allow judges to sentence surgical castration as well as prison time. That's the best part. You would think you get your dick cut off. That's it. Like, okay, I've paid my price. I can go back, looking like one of the angels in Dogma. Nope. That's not the case. You get your dick cut off and you go to jail, which means you're only getting it in the butt. Sorry. You got nothing to penetrate anyone with. No threats to make. Louisiana already gives judges the power to order chemical castration for these types of criminals, though it is a significantly less invasive procedure. Right, so they want this one to hurt. They want this one to, they really want to give you something to think about with the surgical castration. The new bill sets down a few guidelines for the punishment, however, noting a medical expert has to determine whether or not an offender should even be a candidate for the procedure. If passed, the bill would only be applied to such criminals convicted after August 1st. So the over 2,000 people currently incarcerated for those crimes are not at risk of retroactively being ordered to undergo the procedure. Okay. So the people who are already convicted, you can't go back in time and cut their dicks off. It has to be, you have to very recently have done it to cut your dicks off. Dabbleversity with $10 says this question is way out of left field. What are your thoughts on time travel? Do you think it will ever be possible? No. I don't. I don't think we can shift ourselves back and forth through time. I think what's done is done and what's going to be is what's going to be. I don't think we can actually travel through time. I could be wrong. It's just, it could fuck up too much, too. Like, it doesn't work. Like, you think about it logically, there's no way. Like, if you go kill somebody, is it like Marvel rules where now there's a new timeline and you live that timeline? Or can you jump back to your timeline and now there was never any Hitler? I don't, is it Command and Conquer Red Alert rules? I don't know. So, like, is there a reality where everything just changes around them because some guy just got killed? No, that's impossible. So it'd have to start like a new fork in the river of time. What I'm trying to say is it's fucking impossible. Oh, man. Huge Erection says, Aaron, the feds are watching. They're not watching because I'm talking about this. No. Not in a million years. Some people are saying in the chat that they should do this for welfare recipients as well. I feel, but you can get off welfare. You know, shouldn't you get your cum back? Shouldn't you get your semen back if you get off of welfare? I don't know. You ain't getting my money says, I think you time travel in death. Holy shit. Oh, boy. Aaron, if you could travel through time, what would be the first thing you changed? I don't like Corn Diff's question because I feel like there's an assumption behind it. Huge Erection. Ashley would take back the day she met you. She's a big fan of mine now. She is. She's a big fan of mine. What can you do? Some people, there's no accounting for taste. Better Call Saul says, if time travel was possible, why haven't we run into any tourists from the future? We're doing this bit, aren't we? We really are doing the fucking hacky time travel bit. Corn Diff says, Red Alert 2. No, Red Alert 2 wasn't time travel. Red Alert 2 was we set up a puppet government in the Soviet Union. We reinstalled the Romanov dynasty. Get your fucking Command and Conquer right or don't come into this room again. Red Alert was where some guy, was it Einstein? No, it wasn't Einstein. But somebody went back in time and killed Hitler. And then it all just, dovetailed from there. Red Alert 2, there's Einstein. Oh, Baranj says, yes, it was Einstein who went back in time and killed Hitler. Oh, okay. Fair enough. In order to time travel, we need to conquer light speed first. Yeah, see? Exactly. Sid Saraf says Biff co-rules. You go back in time, you start fucking around with time travel, you're going to end up with Biff Tannen and his fucking casino hotel. You don't want that. Geese Artel says, if you went back in time, you wouldn't do the disco stuff with your ex and her husband. I get that. Honestly, I might go back before there was an April and change some shit, but I don't know. General Legion says, Aaron is showing his nerd off. Yes, I am a little bit. Corn Diff says, don't you tell me about the chronosphere. Don't you tell me about the Iron Curtain, motherfucker, or the Tesla coil, or the Prism Tower. We can do this if you want to. Just checking. Yeah, I think the safe bet here is don't fuck around with time travel. Just leave it alone. As the great poet laureate Greg Opie Hughes once said, leave it alone. Leave it alone. There's no reason to go back in time. Because then you're doing resentment. You know what I mean? Rather than going looking forward and having gratitude, you're looking backward and having resentment. See? April always wanted to go to this thing, the Rick Ross car show. This was like her big, like, Graceland kind of visit. Car and bike show blasted online. Users cite long lines and capacity issues. So it sounds like the car show was just too fucking popular and they had too many people show up for it. Well, shit. That's too bad. Well, I'm glad April and I didn't work out. Otherwise, we would have been down there going to that shit show last weekend. Well, I mean, look. All kinds of silver linings in every dark cloud, right? Let's go on to the next thing. X is officially allowing porn on their platform. This won't backfire on them at all. Jesus Christ. Is this a money grab kind of a move? Like you can put porn on there and then make people pay? Oh, yeah, because they can pay for the Twitter premium accounts. And so all the porn accounts can be premium and people can pay for them. Oh, this is a total money grab on Twitter's part. X, previously known as Twitter, has tweaked its rules, now formally allowing not safe for work content to be posted on the site, even though it's low-key always been on there. See, that's what I always thought. I always thought that porn was just a thing on X. I didn't think that they ever got rid of it. King of all Yetis, April loves basic bitch shit. Look at Nick and Aaron. Look. What am I supposed to say to that? Huh? What am I supposed to say? Dr. Neil Rigger says, I'd repeal the 19th Amendment and warn Mussolini about making friends and enemies. Not bad. Not bad. As far as X allowing porn on there, it's always been kind of allowed. You may share consensually produced and distributed adult nudity or sexual behavior, provided it's properly labeled and not prominently displayed. So you have to label it porn. Do you have to put like trigger warning, dicks and pussies? And what does prominently displayed mean? That's a little odd. Seems like they want to bring back porn so they can monetize it, but they also want to be able to block it whenever they want to. We believe that users should be able to create, distribute, and consume material related to sexual themes as long as it is consensually produced and distributed. Sexual expression, whether visual or written, can be a legitimate form of artistic expression. We believe in the autonomy of adults to engage with and create content that reflects their own beliefs, desires, and experiences, including those related to sexuality. This is where I hate to sound like a prude. Because, I mean, certainly, like, who am I to fucking talk? But porn is destructive. Like, it's not good for you. You know, it can fuck with your brain. It can fuck with your sexuality. Can't be, I don't know. You probably shouldn't be watching too much of that. And if it's on X, you can see it whenever you want. The barrier to entry got even lower. I know you can watch it whenever you want now, but you got to go to specific places. Now, one of the places you just go to go scrolling on the internet is just going to have it right there for you. I don't know. I don't know if it's the best thing. Adult content is any consensually produced and distributed material depicting adult nudity or sexual behavior that is pornographic or intended to cause sexual arousal. This also applies to AI-generated photographic or animated content, such as cartoons, hentai, or anime. Examples include depictions of full or partial nudity, including close-ups of genitals, buttocks, or breasts, or explicit or implied sexual behavior or simulated acts, such as intercourse and other sexual acts. So I get it says here you have to mark your content. So there has to be actual, like, a label that it's pornography so that people can, I guess, avoid it if you want to. It's clearly a money grab by Twitter. It makes sense why they're doing it. And I guess if you're going to be like, Elon Musk's whole thing is free speech, free speech, free speech. I mean, this is about as free speech as it gets. Dabbleversity with $5 says the concept of time travel is fascinating. Like, if you woke up on 9/10/01, what would you do? You know what I'd do? I'd panic for a little bit. If I woke up and I time traveled to 9/10, and what I'd probably do is I'd go, oh, fuck. Oh, my God, the thing's going to happen tomorrow. I got to try and stop it. And then I'd realize how many phone calls I'd have to make, because you got to remember it's 2001. You can't just text people and shoot off emails. So you'd have to make a shitload of phone calls. There'd be serious waiting times. Honestly, if I was born on 9/10/2001, I'd probably start calling people trying to warn them. But then I'd realize how fucking crazy I'd sound and how many times I'd have to be on hold. And I'd just kind of let the events of the day play out. That's about it. Not a sexy answer, but, you know. Dr. Bolton Mishkov says, is porn more destructive than cocaine and wife swapping? No. No, it's not. Sorry. Good point. You got me. You got me. Aaron should get into hentai. No, I never liked any of that hentai and anime shit. That always just seemed weird to me. It always seemed like it was created by pedos, just the way the girls are shaped. Like, they look so fucking young, but they've just got these giant tits, and it's like all, ugh. No, thank you. No, thank you. RB at Matt Fry says, if you could go back to summer of 2021, do you still get married? Yeah, I mean, we were in heaven when we got married, so I can't say I wouldn't do that. You know, I don't think I could go back. I don't think I could go back to that time and say, you know, I couldn't go back to that time and say, you know, this was the problem. Not at all. I couldn't say that. Silver Wolf with $5 says, porn ruined me. I can't get off unless it's gimp granny nugget porn. Yeah, see, I mean, just some people have, you know, they get too deep into it. That's all. Muttering Jay says, if Aaron woke up on 9/10, he would just save himself like he did at the... Come on. Gee, you know what? That's a warning. One more and the ref takes a point away. God damn you. All right, let me open up this Stephen A. Smith story. I'm actually very interested in this. While we get to that, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for our friends at All Care Towing of St. Cloud. They have the trucks and wreckers to pick up anything you're looking for. Whether it's, why does my fucking Stephen A. keeps, there we go. Whether it's motorcycles all the way up to heavy-duty equipment, whether you get in an accident, you go in the ditch, you get a flat tire, you don't have your stuff with you to replace it, whatever it is, our friends at All Care Towing will be there faster than anybody else here in Minnesota. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Also, Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Go to midlandarmory.com and check out the deals Gearfire Capital has waiting for you at Midland Armory. Instead of buying your next, I don't know, like let's say you're looking for a bolt-action rifle and it runs $1,300. With Gearfire Capital, you can finance that firearm, and you're going to have that firearm forever. You're going to take care of it. So you can finance it for $46.99 a month. Barely puts a dent in your budget, and you've got yourself a beautiful new bolt-action rifle. Any firearm over $500 you can finance with Gearfire Capital at Midland Armory. Just go to midlandarmory.com, make your purchase. They'll deliver it to an FFL licensed dealer. You can go pick it up there. Or if you're an FFL dealer or license holder, they can send it to your door. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or midlandarmory.com. And also our pals at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. That's where we're having the Steel Toe 10th anniversary party, which tickets will go on sale Monday, a week from yesterday. We're going to have the tickets for the Steel Toe 10th anniversary show, which is going to be the roast of me. We're going to have a bunch of people there, including Gino and Keanu. I'm going to get Corey Adam up here. I'm going to get Adrian. Oz said he wants to be part of it. Matt, Johnny, myself, the Aristococks are going to be part of it. It's going to be fucking great. That's going to be on Saturday, August 10th at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Check out Stoney's every weekend for great live music. The patio is great, man. And Stoney's Garage, the indoor-outdoor bar at the patio, very convenient. And don't forget about Bike Night every Thursday with Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack. That's at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. All right, Stephen A. Smith. I like him. A lot of people really don't like Stephen A. I guess I get it. Like, he's loud, he's abrasive, he can be shitty and mean. He's me, essentially. He's black me. People don't like him for that. But I've always appreciated his honesty. What I like about Stephen A. Smith, and I kind of like this in commentators, is that you don't always know where they're coming from. Like, one of the things I always hated about Sean Hannity when I watched him is I could determine what Sean Hannity's opinion was going to be before he even said it. And that made for a very boring show. Whereas a guy like Stephen A. Smith, it's like, oh, you can go this way or you can go that way. Same thing with, like, I feel Charles Barkley sometimes surprises you. But Stephen A. Smith got called out by his female co-host in a debate about his coverage of women's sports. Now, I tend to side with Stephen A. on this. I mean, there's a reason women's sports isn't covered as much. Not as many people are interested. It's not as good. And people find one basketball player. They find Caitlin Clark. They find one fucking person, and all of a sudden they're like, hey, it's all even now. It's like, no, it'll be more even than it's been until she hits like 28, 29 and is past her prime. But all right. Let's go ahead and watch this clip of Stephen A. I feel like he might need a defender on this one. And you know what? I'm ready to defend Stephen A. Smith. Oh, but first, of course, if you can't have a Tide commercial, can you really have a video? Some of these sites are getting really good at making you turn off the ad blockers if you want to use them. I get it. It's fair.
That, and I'll leave it
All
at
right,
that.
so let me. I know we gotta go to break. Welcome to the world of being a woman, Stephen A., and how you have to dance about your word choice and you have to please everybody and anybody as you navigate your being. We are talking about the world's greatest.
How about being a black man?
Oh, shit, I like this. You know what this is? You know what's great about this? Being a white dude. Oh, man, you guys have no idea. If you're a white dude, you get this feeling where people of two groups that aren't you are now fighting about what's being worse, being part of that group or this group. It's one of those few times us white guys get to kick up our feet and just go, no, I'm not saying a goddamn thing. You guys go ahead. I'm interested. Fire away. I like this. It's what about being, now you get to find out what it's like being a woman, Stephen A. And he's like, what about being a black man? And as a white man, I'm going, yeah, lady, what about it? But don't say that too loud, because then they'll both look at you and they'll go, shut up, whitey. And you're like, oh, shit, I was trying to stay out of this. But it's too good. It's too rich. First of all, the last thing a guy wants to hear when he's tuning into ESPN to watch sports talk is a woman going, it's so hard being a woman, and now you're finally understanding that. Yeah, because LeBron James has never faced any of the criticism that Caitlin Clark has or any of the physicality that Caitlin Clark has. You know, Patrick Mahomes hasn't faced the same thing. You know, I love how one woman gets fucking criticized, or one woman gets hard fouled, or one woman, isn't universally accepted by the entire sports world. And now we got to talk about it like it's some kind of fucking national tragedy. Are you fucking kidding?
Being black. Hold on 1 second. Have you? So this is what I'm saying to y'all though, and I know we got to go to break, and we didn't necessarily go there. Maybe we should. There are so many layers in this conversation around the way that it's being discussed. When you no. And yes, Shannon, I know y'all are gonna say and Stephen A., I know you're gonna you just shared that you have talked about the WNBA on your program too. You guys may not have said everybody, but
Sorry. This woman here right next to Stephen A. Smith, she doesn't know how to respond to this because I don't think she knows what race she is yet. It looks like they kind of mixed a little bit of everything in there. But, they're talking about Caitlin Clark being fouled by Kennedy Carter. And I'll be honest, women are getting off light on this one. And it's because men feel the need to kind of protect women, which I don't think is a bad thing at all. But, the Kennedy Carter foul on Caitlin Clark was a veteran WNBA player beating the shit out of a rookie. It happens all the time. There was no big national discussion or any, a big national outcry when Bill Laimbeer and Rick Mahorn would fucking cut people's heads off when they came down the lane in the 80s and early 90s in the NBA. That's just the way the game was played. You got fucking clotheslined if you went inside against Detroit. Dennis Rodman, same thing. So, women who are like, oh, now you're finding out what it's like to be a woman in sports. No, you guys are still getting treated with kid gloves. Fucking Caitlin Clark got hip checked by a player, and we're acting like it's 9/11. It's fucking stupid. I'm sorry.
Prevailing sentiment for folks that are just joining the WNBA and following women's sports is unfair to the women of this league, to your point, who have laid the groundwork for Caitlin Clark to come in and now take it to the next level. That's all I'm saying in these conversations. Kennedy Carter's behavior is not indicative of the entire league. We are still talking about competition where you are allowed to get a little extra elbow in if you are competing and you do it within the parameters of the game.
I agree with her, but it was a cheap shot. It was a cheap shot. But it's also not worth spending 3 days talking about and canceling people over. It fucking happens. Boo-hoo. It's basketball. But this woman going, Caitlin Clark, we need to be respectful of the women who paved the way for Caitlin Clark. Why? None of those women were turning a profit for the WNBA. The NBA's profits pay for the WNBA. So this idea that we're Caitlin Clark, I wish this woman would just admit it's a little uncomfortable for her that the person who finally brought the WNBA into the spotlight is a white girl. Because that does have a lot to do with it. It has a lot to do with the Kennedy Carter thing. It's a black woman and a white woman, and the black woman took the cheap shot at the white woman, so we're talking about it. race is intertwined in all of this stuff.
The game is physical. Caitlyn is helping to grow the league. These women understand that, but she cannot be babied as a rookie. That's all I'm at.
LeBron James has been babied his entire fucking career. If you lay one finger on him, it's a foul.
All right.
Who talks about the WNBA? Who talks about women? Who talk about women's sports more than First Take?
Stephen A., respectfully, with your platform, you could have been doing this 3 years ago if you wanted to.
Nobody gave a fuck. Sorry for yelling. Stephen A. Smith wasn't going to talk about the WNBA 3 years ago because his viewers would turn off in droves and go watch Skip. And by the way, is that Shannon Sharp? I thought, are him and Skip not doing a show anymore? Fuck. But 3 years ago, they would have turned on Shannon and Skip if they would have started talking about the WNBA. Because everyone else wanted to talk about fucking Damar Hamlin. Was that 3 years ago or 2? Whatever. You know, they wanted to talk about... Oh, they wanted to talk about Tom Brady and whether or not he was going to come back for another season. That's what they were going to talk about. That's what people wanted to hear about. They didn't want to hear about the WNBA. They would have turned it off and Stephen A. might have lost his job. So don't sit there and go, Stephen A., you could have talked about this a lot earlier. Nobody gave a shit until the white girl came in and smiled pretty and started sinking threes.
Wow.
All right, we got to go. You guys.
So did you say
you're my guy, but...
Who does more than
Stephen
us?
A., I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you.
Wow.
Don't do that. I'm talking to you about the power that you have.
Okay.
I'm talking to you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, let's.
You're my guy, but I'm talking to you.
I got it.
Guys, I really appreciate.
You're my girl, but you've missed a lot of episodes of First Take. You missed a lot.
I like it. He doesn't back down. He thought about it, too. He has better impulse control than I do. I would have just lashed out right away. Old me, that is. But he thought about it a little bit. He's like, you missed a lot of episodes of First Take. She is getting pretty who the fuck she is with Stephen A. right here.
Stephen A., 3 years ago, you would not talk about the W at this level. Don't do that.
Guys.
Nobody was, Monica. You making Stephen A.'s point, Monica. Monica, you making Stephen A.'s point.
Please let me do my job. Please let me do my job.
Okay, she's white. The way she handled that. I don't know what she is really. She could be Latino, Asian, black, whatever. But that's a white woman right there. Guys, please, can we bring this back to a civil play? Guys, please, can I do my job, please? Yo, all right, well, I'm just saying that Stephen A. Smith, you making his point right there, Monica. You making his point. Yeah, that's right. You ain't never seen me. You know I talk about the WNBA. You ain't talking about other episodes of First Take. Yo, Stephen A., I'm just saying what I seen. Yo, but Monica, you making his point. Can I just please do my job? Would it be all right if I could? Shut up, you white honky devil. What I'm trying to say is, Stephen A., I just can't believe he's not with Skip anymore. What the fuck happened to Skip? I was watching a 30 for 30 yesterday because I was bored as fuck. I was trying to sleep because my fucking face was congested. I just mailed a bunch of prizes off, and I was looking for something to watch. I watched the 4 Falls of Buffalo, the 30 for 30 on the Bills, the 4 Super Bowls they went to, and I saw fucking Skip. Skip was in one of the clips. Skip was in a clip, and he looked like fucking the same. I don't mean like he looks good now. I mean, he looked old as shit back then. Skip. I couldn't believe it. Shannon Sharp is my favorite. Rain, I can't read that. Jesus. Craig Edwards says he does these impressions. You think it's the real person. Tanya Davenport says Skip ruined himself with the Damar Hamlin thing. Did he? Are they not? Okay. They're not doing the Skip. They're not doing the Skip show anymore. No Skip. Sid Saraf says she's Persian. Oh, okay. That's American. Race war. King Kong Dong says Shannon left FS1 for First Take, and Skip now has Richard Sherman, Shady, and Michael Irvin. Oh, get those other guys the fuck out of there and just keep Richard Sherman. He's fine. Danny Crook says terrestrial programming directors are going to love all the clips of Aaron's urban impressions. Oh, no, they'll fucking love them around here. Are you kidding me? Oh, you got to know your audience, buddy. Know your audience. That's all I can say for you. So no, I don't. Stephen A. doesn't talk about the WNBA enough. Stephen A. Smith talks about the WNBA as much as you need to talk about the WNBA, which is when there's a story about it, there's a story about it. When there's not, there's not. There's no real reason to discuss it because most of the people in the country don't give a shit. That's all. Jon Stewart goes off on CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News, wildly speculating on the future during the Trump trial. So I forgot that Jon Stewart was doing The Daily Show again. And I don't think we can play this clip because Comedy Central is fucking crazy with copyrights and shit on YouTube. So I don't think we'll be able to play this. I think our whole episode got taken down yesterday until I trimmed out the part. We played Donald Trump walking into the UFC event this weekend and everybody having a standing ovation. We literally just played Trump walking into a standing ovation, and UFC took down our video until we trimmed it out, and then they put yesterday's episode back up. But during a monologue yesterday, the Daily Show host Jon Stewart, which, by the way, what an admission that the Trevor Noah thing was a fucking failure. This is what would have happened to NBC if they would have held on to Conan for more than 7 months. Is they would have ended up bringing like 90-year-old Jay Leno back like 10 years later. Jon Stewart was so good on The Daily Show. And then Trevor Noah just turned it into basically just a far lefty pat on the back show. Whereas Jon Stewart would kind of throw barbs everywhere. You knew where he stood. You knew where his political biases were, but he'd throw arrows everywhere. But during his show Monday, the fact that they brought him back, by the way, shows they have no idea what the fuck to do with that show. It didn't do very well under Craig Kilborn. It became a cultural must-see during Jon Stewart's time, and then went to being unwatchable again when Trevor Noah took over. So I think they're going to have to come to grips with the fact that The Daily Show is just Jon Stewart. There's nobody else who can do it. The Daily Show host Jon Stewart criticized the major cable news networks for failing to hold politicians accountable. And this in regards of the whole Trump thing. Following a segment on former President Donald Trump being found guilty of falsifying business records in New York, Stewart displayed the logos for Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, Newsmax, ABC News, and CBS News before saying, the difference between in court and out of court is that in court, someone can say, prove it. And the problem is that most of the time in this country, our political leaders are not in court. They are here on TV where the news media has decided there's really no such thing as reality. I mean, he's right. The people on the news are just happy to have all of these politicians and stuff on their network instead of someone else's. So they just pitch them softballs for 15, 20 minutes. And they go, oh, just great to see you again. Like MSNBC, you can tell, has their favorites, and they don't want to alienate them. They have certain senators and representatives. They come on, and they're like, when you were being great the other day, did you feel great, or did you just feel normal, and you're just used to being great? And then they'll have the people they don't like, and they'll just fight with them all the time. It's just, again, that cable news shit is just, it's pro wrestling. That's it. As far as Jon Stewart, though, talking about how politicians should... Look, man, it would be great if we could charge every politician with a crime. That'd be fucking awesome. Are you kidding me? Unfortunately, we can't really do that. We can't charge every politician with a crime. We got to catch them doing something that's actually illegal. Aaron, what about insider trading? Believe it or not, insider trading, totally legal for a member of Congress to do. A lot of people don't know that. Insider trading, legal in Congress. You get to go to your hearings, you get to hear all these things from these businesses, and then you can trade stocks based on that info. Isn't life fucking grand? All right, guys, I'm gonna play you a little bit of a music bed here. I'm gonna be right back. I'm going to hit the bathroom, and then we're gonna do overtime. We're gonna do our 30 minutes of overtime that we owe you. Thank you very much for your support, especially Buddy East Coast and many others. If you throw anything at us now, we are $20 into tonight's goal, so thank you very much for that. We'll just continue to add that to that total. All right, guys, take it easy. Thank you very much. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. hate when I come back really quick from that because then people accuse me of not washing my hands. I am a hand washer. I'm telling you right now. Oh my God, people are saying it's snort time. No. It's not snort time. I don't, as Roose Bolton once said, I do not partake. TVA Dan says, Aaron coming back with an itchy nose. That's not going away anytime soon, is it? That's not, yeah. Those jokes are not going away anytime soon. Shit. Every time I need to take a break. All right, here we go. Ooh, somebody sent me a thing from Robert Barnes. Is he still insinuating that legal mindset is moved to Thailand because of child sex? Because that's really fucked up. That Robert Barnes guy, I really don't like him. The point is, don't use insinuations to make evidentiary determinations for raiding a home or filing criminal charges as legal mindset did. Because look at how those insinuations could be used if he were the focus of them. Wait, but Barnes, nobody has observed legal. What a fucking asshole this guy is. And thank you, at NFC Rat on Twitter for sending this to me. What a fucking dickhead. Nobody was insinuating that legal mindset is having sex with children. Nobody went to his church. It would be different if legal mindset was doing live streams. Okay, let's compare this to the Rekieta thing. It would be different if legal mindset was doing live streams where he had a little Thai boy on his lap the entire time and he was bouncing him up and down. That would be fucking horrifying. People would complain. If he was going to church and he was bringing his little Thai hooker with him to church and the church people went, that looks like an inappropriate relationship that guy's having. And then I don't even know what the analogy would be for Nick showing up with the white powder on his nose on stream. I don't even think we can say it on this platform. But if that happened and they observed that, and then there was some loudmouth who knew legal mindset and said, yeah, we used to hang out all the time and we used to do X, Y, and Z, then they would probably have enough Robert to come check out his house and see what was going on. So Robert Barnes just fucking owned himself with his own legal argument. He's like, I'm just showing you what insinuations can do, and just insinuating something can't lead to a warrant. Hey, fuckhead, they weren't insinuations. There was physical evidence staring you right in the face. And then you had mandated reporters going, this is what the people inside the fucking house have told me. The children inside the fucking house have said this. The sister of one of the people has said this. Robert, the weekend before the fucking raid happened, a family member had contacted me to see if I would be a part of a fucking, like, an intervention type of thing for one of these people. So, don't sit there and say, oh, it was an insinuation. Yes, Robert Barnes cannot insinuate that legal mindset is, might have moved to Thailand because of this, that, or the other thing. That's not enough to get a search warrant, Barnes. You're absolutely right. But that's also not what fucking happened in this case, you dipshit. God, is he fucking stupid. Oh. I mean, if you need like a really dishonest fucking, one of those attorneys who just bends everything, if you need like a creepy leech kind of lawyer, that sounds like the guy. Oh, boy, that is fucking gross. And wrong. Like, that guy's supposed to be a lawyer? That guy's supposed to be a professional lawyer. I'm not impressed. I haven't seen anything else he's done. I'm sure he's had a great career. I'm not impressed, if that's his fucking argument. Oh, well, I insinuated something. Does that mean you can get a search warrant? No, but that's also not applicable to the thing you're ball washing for. Oh, that is... I shouldn't get so worked up about that because that really is just him covering for the fact that he's been humiliated for being a sweeper. So I don't. That's just him trying to deflect. Is all that is. Beef Supreme says, "Are we just learning that most of them are shitbags? Oh, you sweet summer child." No, you're right. You're right. This is my first foray into this world. I've never seen that. I've never seen that world before, so I don't really know. So thank you, Beef Supreme. You are right. I am being a bit naive in that realm. Baranj says Rekieta should just hire Barnes for his criminal defense and go all out on the subset arguments so he gets the full 25 years, right? Oh, shit. Whoever sent me that on Twitter, NC Ra. Thank you very much. Nova says, if you would have been nicer to me, I would have helped you co-host. I've been great to you. How dare you, sir? I don't like that, Nova. You and I thought we were friends. Why do you got to do that? Why you got to get me all fucking worked up with stupid shit like that? Where was I? I can't remember. You know what? We were going to say goodbye to Larry Allen before that. Son of a bitch. I don't know. I also like that legal mindset guy. Honestly, out of anyone who's had takes on this, his is, you got to remember, I know what happened. And I'm holding back, I'm holding back some of it, but I know what happened. And so far, legal mindset and Kiwi Farms have been the two most accurate things. Like in all of that's counting every other. Oh, and Nate the lawyer has also been pretty accurate. Sean's done an okay job. But yeah, this Barnes guy has been over his skis for a long time. But the legal mindset guy, he's so far nailed most of it, in my opinion. All right, let's talk about some of the sad shit as we've hit overtime today. Thank you guys very much. Another win for the toe. They're going to hate me doing that. And I'm so here for it. Larry Allen died on vacation with his family in Mexico, 52 years old. If you don't remember Larry Allen, he's one of the best offensive guards in football history. Larry Allen played for the Cowboys. I think was on the team for 3 Super Bowls. I think the 2 against Buffalo and then Super Bowl 30. I thought he won. Oh, no, he was drafted in 94, so he only got the 1. Sorry about that. He only got the 1 Super Bowl. But Larry Allen was really, really good. Hall of Famer in 2013, 10 Pro Bowl selections, really good. And then people, I did see people online, and there were a couple of them who were going, wonder if he was vaccinated, Larry Allen led a hard life. Larry Allen could party back in his Cowboy days, and Larry Allen was a big boy. I mean, if I'm reading a super chat there. If Larry Allen died at 52, I think it was because of conditions brought on by Larry Allen. I don't think it was the COVID shot or anything like that. But he was one of the best. The Vikings and the Cowboys both had 2 of the best offensive linemen at the same time. Randall McDaniel, one of the best offensive guards in NFL history, and Larry Allen, one of the best. I mean, that's part of the reason Emmitt Smith owns the all-time rushing record is because he ran behind some fucking hogs, boy. He ran behind some big old boys. And Larry Allen was one of the best among them. The Chugi Show live. I don't know anything about the Chugi Show, but thank you for the $1.99. I want to take a look at the Chugi Show. Oh, they've almost got 1,000 subscribers. Go subscribe to the Chugi Show on YouTube. Do they ever go live? Let's take a look. Streamed 1 month ago, 1 view. Yeah, go check out the Chugi Show. Giving us $1.50 or no, $1.99. Says, will April agree to release the body cam footage? No, I don't believe any of them will. I don't believe any of them. Nor should they. I get it. Like, why would you want that out there to fucking humiliate you? It's also not going to be good for the case because, again, even though I'd been gone for 6 or 7 weeks, I know roundabout what the place looked like. And I believe me, I don't think it got better over time. So, no, I don't think April will agree to it. I don't think the other two will agree to it. Absolutely not. There was a debate in Colorado yesterday in the Republican primary for Congress, and Lauren Boebert was part of it. Now, if you remember Lauren Boebert a while back, she had that incident where she was at the theater and basically her and her date just started fingering each other. He's just fucking grabbing her tit and she's just wrenching his cock, and you're like, holy shit, Lauren Boebert's really getting after it. And they got kicked out of the theater for playing grab ass. Well, they decided to bring that up during the debate. I'm going to be honest with you. I think this is kind of a low blow. I don't think you should be able to bring up Lauren Boebert's shaft grasping while you're doing a debate. I think that's I don't know what that has to do with her being a congressperson. They're saying
it was about the softest reference that he could
have. They're saying it's about like lying to voters and shit like that. But let's take a look.
That was about the softest reference that he could have made. But do you want to talk about the theater thing?
Sure. Softest reference he could have made. Would you like to talk about the theater thing? Get it? Because she was grabbing a hard cock. All right, sorry.
Sure. So, Kyle, I certainly have owned up to my night out in Denver. And, I've gone on that public apology tour, and I'm grateful for the mercy and grace that has been shown. But I'm not.
Her chin alarms me. I just had to say it. I'm sorry. She's a pretty girl. She's very attractive. And she looked good all slutted up in that dress at that play, but her chin almost makes her untrustworthy.
Not going to continue to live life in shame and be beat up by this. And,
Right. She's not going to spend the rest of her life with her head hung down in shame. She might have been born just plain white trash, but fancy was her name.
I would like to go back to my legislative record for just a second.
We're not going to do that. You had plenty of time to answer the question. You chose not to. That's fine. I just want to make sure.
I'll have more time.
You have apologized for the theater incident.
I certainly have.
And I just want to make sure. Did you apologize for the behavior?
I love shit like this. He's like, all right, you apologized. You addressed it. All right. If I may motherfuck you further and bring this up in a different way so that I can keep this question going because I know it's going to be clipped and get me attention. What did his cockhead feel like? Any?
The question you chose not to. That's fine. I just want to make sure.
I'll have more time.
You have apologized for the theater incident.
I certainly have.
And I just want to make sure. Did you apologize for the behavior that went on with you and your date or the vaping,
Kyle,
or did you apologize? Or pardon me. Or did you apologize for lying to voters about what you did that night and the disrespect that you showed to service workers that night? What specific?
Whoa. See, doesn't that seems like a biased fucking question. That sounds like you're kind of working for somebody. I don't like that. That's not unbiased news reporting. That's a guy being a cunt. He's like, what did you apologize for? Did you apologize for lying to the voters? Did you apologize for your behavior? Did you apologize to service workers? You piece of shit.
Were you apologizing?
I don't believe there was disrespect. There were things that were absolutely taken out of context.
There's video of your interactions with service workers. I'm asking,
right,
are you apologizing for the lying to voters?
It's been reported that I flipped someone off, and I did not. So, I mean, I think it's been very mischaracterized. I'm apologizing for...
These two are both kind of snippy cunts, aren't they? Her, I understand, because he's jumping her right now. But, like, it was, there was some tit grabbing and some cock grabbing in a theater. Let's get over it and move on. Let's talk about taxes. Let's talk about Ukraine and Israel and getting the fuck out of those things. This is why voters are dipshits, by the way. You just have an uninformed public voting for people because they watch this asshole on the news and he's asking these questions like those are the most important things you need to know. And I'm not trying to simp for Lauren Boebert. I don't really like Lauren Boebert very much. But the fucking movie theater thing was a long time ago, and I think we can move on from it and be done.
you, Kyle Clark, getting footage and releasing that, and people seeing this in a very private moment.
Certainly. It was very important to figure out whether you were telling the truth
you just had
or
an
whether a
interview
public
recently with
agency was
CityCast
lying about your
Denver.
conduct.
You
Either
just had
way was
an
very
interview with
important for us
CityCast Denver.
Quit fucking interrupting her. Jesus Christ. It's a debate. She's supposed to get time, and this asshole is making himself the star of the show. I don't like him. I don't like him because he's making me defend Lauren Boebert. I don't like that either. But God, I fucking hate that. You're a debate moderator. You ask the question, you let her answer. This interrupting and shit is infuriating because it's you as a journalist trying to make yourself the star of the fucking show. Unfortunate pause there. I apologize.
To figure out whether you were telling the truth
you just had
or
an
whether a
interview
public
recently with
agency was
CityCast
lying about your
Denver.
conduct.
You
Either
just had
way was
an
very
interview with
important for
CityCast
folks
Denver,
to
and
find
you were
out.
saying how disgusting it is to record someone without their knowledge.
Let's talk about the use of earmarks in Congress.
Wow, what a fucking dickhead. I don't like that guy. That guy is, no offense, an asshole. Ugh. Rain says private moment in front of 5,000 people. That's true too. Like it wasn't a private moment. You were in a theater. You aren't even allowed to fucking yell fire in that joint. It ain't private. Kyle says she's getting voted out in a few months. She's a waste. I don't. Rain just says, did he come? Jesus Christ, Gil, there's some questions you just don't fucking ask. Long Duck Dong says Aaron knows all about cranking hogs. No, I don't. Absolutely not. I do not know about cranking hogs. Why would you? Messy. Gray Duckling says time travel. I'm an hour behind in chat. Does that count? I mean, in a way. Yeah. Messy Chavez says they stopped the play or whatever to kick her out. Did they stop performing? I thought they just kind of removed her while it was going on. Sweet Tat says, dude is media talking head. Of course he needs to berate her. Like during a debate, you're supposed to ask the question and then shut the fuck up. And again, I'm not a Lauren Boebert fan. Bobby Baloney says, when you know you have a job in politics and you still make decisions like this, I mean, fair. Fair. She should talk about it. Absolutely. She should address it. But like in a debate, I just feel like there's more things that voters need to know than, hey, what does his fucking cock feel like? That's all. You Jive Ass Turkey says she pretends to be a moralist. It's certainly fair game. Okay. All right. I mean, if she pretends to be like holier than thou, but she was divorced when this happened, right? She got a divorce. I guess that's not very moral. It's like me. I never pretended to be moral. So I got a little bit less of a soul to cleanse, but still got to cleanse it regardless. T. Jefferson says, well, Aaron does know about sexual indiscretion. Do I? Because an entire church apparently reported me for being a creep. So there's that. Danny Crook says, this is like when Gino talks over his guests, but he has to talk about COVID. Oliver Rezai says, Boebert will have a second career as a Daily Wire actor. She plays up the MILF slut angle for the neocon Jews. Jesus Christ. I guess, look, everybody needs a gig, right? Didn't Pee-wee get his whole career taken away for jerking it in an adult theater? I mean, yeah, but Lauren Boebert isn't hosting a kids show that's like super popular with little tykes every Saturday morning. It's a little different. Aaron's next woman should be Laura Boebert. No thanks. No thanks. Samurai says, here I am watching this shit show yet again. God damn it, I hate you, Aaron. Keep up the good work. See, why can't the rest of you just be honest like that? Why can't the rest of you be honest just like Samurai was? You're watching this shit because you like it. You can't fucking help it, and you're mad at me for it. I respect Samurai. That's you know what? That's an honest man right there. Fauci's Pangolin says, we get it, Aaron. You're trying to say Jews are the devil. No, that's not. Of course not. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not. Somebody else said that. I would never, but I didn't. King Kong Dong says, been mad at you for 10 years. Lauren Boebert's son has been charged with serious felonies? The fuck? Francisco says, I'm watching you because YouTube is pushing you on the algorithm. No, that's why you clicked on me. You're watching me because you're fascinated. You clicked on it because it was in the algorithm. I believe that part. Kanye West is being accused of sexual harassment via text message. Ooh, that's no good. When it's on text message, you're in big trouble. There's no explaining that one away. Unless you, tried to just go full, oh, it isn't me, it's AI, and it's hacked, and it's leaked, and everything else. I mean, you could try that pathetic attempt. Isn't that what Anthony Weiner tried doing, is someone hacked his phone? And that's not my dick? Dude, come on. Come on, buddy. But look, I think... I think when it comes to, Kanye and the sexual harassment thing by the ex-assistant, oh my God, the assistant is fucking gorgeous. When you're accused of sexual harassment and someone has the text messages, that's a little tougher to fight. I was going through my phone yesterday and I found some text messages where I'm like, there we go. That's the text I was looking for. There's the the infamous K yourself text that I've been talking about? I found that one yesterday and all the lead up to it. And as I hadn't read it in over a month, and I read it last night, and I went, oh, my God, somebody, I'm not going to say who, somebody was under the influence on that one. Oh, boy. That is that's a loaded old boy, if you will. Kanye West sued for sexual harassment by his ex-assistant. You want to see this? You want to see this fucking broad? Take a look-see. Oh, my God. Not guilty. It's totally, it was consensual, Your Honor. I was a witness. I'll rat on this, too. Kanye West's ex-executive / personal assistant claims he gave her the boot after sending her vile texts and videos. Lauren Picciota, in her lawsuit, she was an OnlyFans model who posted a bunch of bikini and lingerie pics and was super successful, making $1 million a year. I bet she was. But really, I mean, an OnlyFans model who was raking in $1 million a year, and Kanye's like, you know what you're qualified to do? You're qualified to be my assistant. That's like if you'd never done anything in the realm of taking care of anyone in your life for a living, and you went, you know what you're qualified to be? A live-in nanny. That's a good idea. You know what? We'll do that. Let's do the live-in nanny thing. Fuck it. We'll make it honest. Live-in nanny. Jesus Christ. It's not good on the resume when that's the result. Kanye hid Lauren until July of 2021 after meeting her when she was putting together his fashion line. She says she also collaborated with him and worked on 3 songs on Donda. Yeah, I don't give a shit. I don't care. I just care that she has texts of her and Kanye. Where are the fucking texts, boy? Are they not? She hasn't released them publicly just for the lawsuit? Oh, no, that means she's probably telling the truth. Right? If she's not trying to go to TMZ and go, here, publish these, show all the text messages, then she might be telling the truth. Uh-oh. Who's this just getting back? Kanye. Kanye had a super hot assistant, and now she's suing him because he apparently wanted to fuck her. Picciota claims shortly thereafter, Kanye began to send her a series of text messages, including one that read, see, my problem is I be wanting to fuck, but then after I fuck, I want a girl to tell me how hard they've been fucked while I'm fucking them. Then I want her to cheat on me. Wait, what? Kanye just basically say he wants to disco? I think Kanye just said he wants to disco a little bit. With more alleged texts sent from Picciota that describe Ye's sexual fantasies with women, including a lot of explicit language. There's one interesting alleged text Picciota claims that he sent her that went something like this. Is my dick racist? It is. this fucking racist dick of mine, I'm going to beat this fucking racist dick for being fucking racist. I'm going to stare at pictures of white women with black asses and beat the shit out of my racist dick, beating the shit out of his big black. Jesus fucking Christ, Kanye. What the fuck, bro? Jack off once in a while. Jesus. Let's go to the phones real quick. Hello, who do we have the pleasure of speaking with?
Yeah, Aaron, I'm a private investigator, and I've been designated to investigate the situation you got going on. I'd like to ask you a series of questions, and it would be really helpful if you could just give me a yes or no question.
Okay, that's fine.
speak us along.
Detective, that's fine. Thank you. I just want to let you know you are on the air.
That's fine.
Okay.
First of all, did you have sex with Kayla?
I don't want to discuss that.
It's a yes or no, sir.
I don't want to.
Remember, you're under oath.
I know, but I'd rather not discuss that on the air. It's been talked about already.
Okay. Do you regret your drug use?
Yes.
Do you regret your swinging?
Yes.
Did April get jealous when she saw you in bed with Nick?
See, now that, sir, that never happened. That's an assumption that you're making, and I'm not. I'm not saying that never. No, of course not. That never happened.
Sir, it's a yes or no question. Yes or no question.
No, I can't answer it yes or no because you're making a premise up there. Like, we have to go backwards. I was never in bed with a man.
This son of a bitch is stonewalling me. All right, we're gonna escalate this. You have a good show, fatty.
All right. Sorry, officer. I apologize. It'd be funny if that guy got charged for impersonating an officer. Oh, fuck. Oh, boy. You Jive Ass Turkey says, so why work for loony Kanye? Well, it sounds like she didn't work for him for very long. It sounds like it was over with after after he started talking about beating his racist ass dick. Why? I don't know, man. You could talk about fucking the chick. You could talk about, wanting to have sex with her. You could talk about how hot she is, whatever. But instead, you decide to text her about your dick and how bad you want to beat your dick and how racist your dick is. Like, no offense, Kanye, but there might be a little bit of egotism and narcissism in there. That's all. I'm not saying you definitely are. I'm just saying, if you have a beautiful woman that you're talking to, an OnlyFans model who rakes in $1 million a year, and you're like, of all the things I could talk to this beautiful woman about, I'm just going to go into detail on how racist my cock is and talk about beating it. That's doesn't leave a lot of room for her. So, Mr. Approachable says the chat lately has been paid to play. We should make the phone lines pay triple to call in. Gray Duckling says Kanye is a lot like a cop ordering at Denny's. I can't believe one of you super chatted that clip into me and I had to fucking watch it. That was so bad and so remarkably unfunny. I think it actually gave me sinus congestion. I think that might be why I'm ill. Magnum DUI says, today's show wasn't very racist. I'm really disappointed in Aaron. I'm sorry. Here's what I can promise you. I'll do better tomorrow. I'll do better tomorrow. Just My Opinion says, Red Bar wants his merch. Mike, send me your fucking contact info. Send me where I can send the goddamn merch and I'll send it to you, you cunt. Jesus fucking Christ. It's not that hard, you big fucking baby. How can a guy from, Chicago, I'm sure he's from the suburbs, but how can a guy from fucking Chicago be so soft? I don't get it. I guess having a colostomy bag and being almost dead will do that to you. 16-year-old forces his way into Florida home. Fattily. I'm going to catch shit for that one, aren't I? By the way, he doesn't get the merch. Jesse PS does, because Jesse outbid Red Bar. I think Red Bar won like Stoney's gift cards or something for second place. That's right. Jesse PS beat him. So tell Mike he doesn't get any fucking merch. Jesse PS gets the merch, and Jesse sent me his address. God, it would be fucking great if I sent Jesse's address out to everybody. Oh, it'd be fucking good. I'm kidding. I'm not going to do such a thing. 16-year-old forces his way into Florida home, fatally stabs another teen during a sleepover. Now, first of all, being 16 and 17 and having sleepovers is kind of gay. But also, I'm going to show you this teenager, Alexander Warren Hernandez, who's been charged with murder, who stabbed the kid. You're not going to believe that this is a 16-year-old kid. By the way, King of All Yeti says, fattily is how Aaron breathes. Jesus. Yeah, people are saying Pod Awful won. Yeah, Pod Awful beat Red Bar. Sorry. Pod Awful defeated Red Bar. Pod Awful won. There's nothing I can do for you, Mike. Jesse beat you. Jesse took you down, unfortunately. Bigotry. That's who it was. The guy named Bigotry. That's who ended up beating Red Bar's ass. Sorry. So this is the 16-year-old that killed the 17-year-old. Have you ever seen a more shot-out 16-year-old? If that's not a person born to be a school shooter, then nobody's ever born to be a school shooter. School shooters are all made if this guy wasn't made to be one. Because he's got a mouth like a fish that lives on the bottom of the ocean. He's got a beard that he just doesn't give a fuck about. And he's got I gave up hair. That's a 16-year-old. Ugh. He apparently, the 16-year-old forced his way into a Florida home and fatally stabbed a 15-year-old who was hosting a sleepover with his friends. Alexander Hernandez walked nearly 6 miles on Saturday night to the victim's home. Jesus, where he showed up unannounced and banged on the front door at around 10 p.m. The 15-year-old victim, Connor Michael Gill, opened the door, and Hernandez fought his way inside and allegedly stabbed him. A 48-year-old adult in the home ran over to see what was happening and was also stabbed. Hernandez threatened a third victim before he fled on foot. Jesus Christ. This guy got really stab-happy. Almost killed 2 people. This was no doubt a premeditated and targeted attack, says Sheriff Pat Breeden. The 2 victims were airlifted to an area hospital. Gill was pronounced dead at 1:20 p.m., and the unidentified adult remains in the ICU, but is in stable condition. Oh, take a look at what he stabbed him with. Fuck. No, thank you. That's like some Children of the Corn shit. Ugh. Like I said, if this kid wasn't born to be a school shooter, then they don't exist. Hernandez is charged with premeditated first-degree murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill, and armed burglary. The motive for the stabbing remains unclear. I'm going to go ahead and guess that the 2 of them didn't get along. Jesus, 16 years old. 16 years old. Oof. Beef Supreme says that will be Aaron once he becomes a queso junkie. We look nothing like one another. There is absolutely no similarity between that gentleman and myself. How dare you? All right, we got time for one more, guys, before we get out of here. How about that? A solo show today. Knocked out everything. Went over for the morning show. That's pretty good. Got put a nice little show together today. Some sad news to report before we leave. One of the members of 2 Live Crew, Brother Marquise, dead at 57 years old. A longtime member of 2 Live Crew has died. The rapper passed away Monday, according to the group's official social media accounts, which noted he went to the upper room. See. Sources with direct knowledge tell TMZ, however, that the death appears to be natural and there isn't foul play expected. 57 years old. Got to probably think, either bad heart problem, or here we go. We can get people coming in now going, oh, I wonder do you think he was vaccinated? Are you sure? Atomic Ray says VIP only if they match OG entry. Those comedy show tickets are worth more in my opinion. But what the fuck is going on? What do you mean? You mean for the anniversary show? Tickets to the anniversary show are going on sale next Monday. And the VIPs will get to claim all their tickets plus one. They'll get to come out, have a good time. You get 2 free tickets to it. It's going to be the roast of Aaron Imholt. We're going to have the cornhole tournament in the afternoon. We're going to have the food trucks. We're going to be drinking. It's going to be a great party. It'll start at 3 like it always does. Probably around 8 o'clock, we'll do the 8:30, we'll do the roast. And then after that, we'll just do karaoke and hang out and drink. It'll be a great, great time. I promise. We got to go, man. We are out of time for today. We really do appreciate it. Tonight, the show is going to be at 7:30. 7:30 tonight is going to be the program because I got to drop the kids off at 7, so I'm going to come right back. Matt and I will be here, so all the Matadors can rejoice that Matt's going to be there. And we're going to do a show at 7:30 tonight, and we hope you're all here. I can't wait. I'm very excited. Thank you for not knocking everything out. Oh, the sippy cup. I haven't had it out here. There you go. Danny Crook says he hates that Matt has his own fans. No, I fucking love the Matadors. Hashtag Pat Matt, for sure. Let's get out of here, man. Let's go home. Let's call it. I'm done for the day. I'm going to go blow my nose, empty the fucking snot out of my face, and get ready to do another one for you tonight. Take it easy, everyone. Talk to you later. Have a great rest of your day.